Oh, God. Oh, God. This is it. We're live
We think.
for the fifth time tonight.
Okay, I don't know what's happening over there.
Does anyone else see us live? I'm seeing us.
I have a Buffalo Wild Wings.
I get Buffalo Wild Wings every time, man.
I had somebody sleeping last time.
Someone was just sleeping?
Yeah, I was like, they're a fan.
I get Buffalo Wild Wings every time. I see us.
I see us.
I see us. This is a great podcast because I see us now. So that's, oh God, guys. I'm Marsh. I'm at Ref Marsh on Twitter, at MarshRef on Instagram. You can find us all at WrestlingOnTheRocks.com for all of our links. You can click the About, find out a little bit about each one of us dummies. Hey. Welcome to our first show again.
Woo!
Every time. This has been our first show over and over again. This is the Groundhog's Day of first shows. This is probably the sixth time we've gone live tonight. And we're just going to
do that instead of doing like a joke about like dictatorships. We're going to go with that one.
What is it with you tonight and dictators?
Did you just get the History Channel? Is this like your thing now?
No, I clearly didn't get the History Channel because if I got the History Channel, I'd be talking to you about fucking pawn shops.
Actually, yeah.
Aliens.
You'd be like, it's just like the pawn shop says. Guys, I'm Marsh. Kevlar, go ahead and tell the people about you.
Well, I like Long Lonely Walks on the Beach. A good book.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. You can find me on Twitter, Kevlar on the Rocks with an X. And that's about it.
Yeah, take it away, Clump. Who are you?
My name's Clump. I'm allergic to avocado and sulfur, and I'm on Twitter as Crybaby Clump.
It's funny because you're hardly on Twitter.
Yeah, you say you're on Twitter, but you got locked out twice because you didn't know your password.
Twice.
And it's the same password.
Same password every time.
And this random voice.
That isn't possible because you have to change it. Because when I tried to change it, it was like, "This is your password." I was like, I sound like people I work with.
This random voice you hear is the producer who is off screen.
Producer here.
And I don't sound like that, but Marsh will continue to try to mimic me.
Producer here.
Ooh, Dork Chop gifted us.
Did you see? Did it happen?
Oh, gifted K-Lam.
I know, but did it happen on the screen? Did it happen?
I see. Oh.
Is it happening?
I see the jar. Oh, it's happening.
It's happening.
It's happening.
It's happening.
Woo!
Oh, there it goes.
Woo!
There it is. If you look right on top of the screen, you can see me doing the Ric Flair strut, animated. Happens every time you sub, and you got a little tip jar now. Guys, I know this is a podcast for a lot of you listening, but we also are live on Twitch, and you can interact with us. You can have a bunch of fun. You can be part of the show, like Dork Chop in there. Dork Chop likes the new animation, says it's wonderful. As he's gifted out a few subs. We got to get the follow. You're going to love the follow. Oh, and look at the little championship belt goes inside the little rocks glass. We got a little tip jar on the top there. And it is free to join and free to Prime subscribe and be a part of the show every week.
It was definitely
right here.
worth 5 tries.
That was definitely worth it. That animation.
This is why our show kept...
The animation, I'll tell you what, the animation of me doing the Ric Flair strut took all of a day-ish, maybe a day. The one I did of you doing the Ric Flair face drop took me almost 3 weeks because every 2 or 3 frames I was like, I'm not doing this anymore.
What, you did one of me doing a Ric Flair face drop?
Yes, you guys will all see it soon enough. I'll share it in the chat. I didn't know if we were going to go live. I didn't want to spoil the surprise. I don't have an animation yet of Kevlar. But Kevlar, you got one coming. And I don't want to ruin the surprise.
Okay.
It's just this shit takes time. And it's really annoying drawing you assholes over and over again.
Can we do one of Kevlar as Val Venus and one of us as Mr. Fuji choppying his pee-pee?
He would have a bad dragon tentacle in its place.
Okay.
Yeah.
Choppy your tentacle.
They make ones that have tubes to fire out.
Let's
a viscous liquid.
On that note, today is my godson's birthday. He just turned 9. Happy birthday, Elliot. I know you're watching. Cheers to Elliot. He's North Carolina 9, which means he'll be drinking by the next year. Cheers. He'll be my next drinking buddy.
Woo!
You guys are going to say happy birthday or no?
Wow.
Yes, happy birthday, Elliot. Have a good one.
Plump?
Happy birthday, young Elliot.
Oh my God.
You're horrible at this.
This is awful. That's the best happy birthday you're going to get from everybody here at Wrestling on the Rocks. I can give you that right now. I can tell you that with certainty.
Yep.
I can sing it in German.
All
I
these
don't
false
think-
starts, I need to get a drink.
Yeah. Let's see. All right. So we got the cheers going. We got Metal Gear Solid Villain in the chat. I'm having, once again, Jameson Stout Edition. Kevlar, what's in your glass?
Just good old Crown Royal.
Oof. When producer was at the store and taking a picture of whiskeys and be like, what do you want? And I was like, is that Crown Royal on the left there? Take another picture of all the Crown Royals. And I just stared at them for like 4 minutes and she's like, do you want one? I was like, I don't know yet. Stuff's so good.
And it was like.
I don't want one, I want the whole lot.
Yeah.
And it was like on base, like on a military base, so they're like cheaper.
Yeah, it was good deals. It was good deals all around.
Very good deals.
Oh, let's see. So we got Elliot going on.
All right.
Guys, how was your week of wrestling?
It was there.
Yeah.
Was there?
Okay.
You know, I didn't
It was
feel
a
like
week
it
of
was
wrestling.
bad. I felt like there's been some really tough weeks to get through. I didn't feel like by the end of this week that I was like, I can't believe we do this sometimes. I felt okay with a lot of it. Which actually, to be honest with you, we're doing top 5s and bottom 5s. Favorite 5 things of the week, worst 5 things of the week, and I had a really hard time putting together a bottom 5, to be absolutely honest.
I did too.
Let's.
There's a couple like borderline where it's like a top and a bottom at the same time.
Yeah, there was actually a couple of them where it's like, I just want to talk about it. I don't know where it fits, though.
Yeah.
Clump, what are you drinking? What's in your
I have
glass?
Starbucks coffee. They put sugar in it. I'm not too happy.
Keep in mind, so far, we are only a couple minutes in, 6 tries. We have, for free, advertised Buffalo Wild Wings, Jameson, Starbucks, and Crown Royal. We need sponsorships. Guys, help us out, or we're going to get some cease and desist out here going. Yeah, producer makes a good point. Clump is our Jerry Lawler. He does stay sober. He is... sober. Well, I guess no, Jerry Lawler's... He's not... He's had drinks. I don't know. You're somewhere in there. He's also grossly inappropriate, so yeah, maybe he is our Jerry Lawler.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Thank you guys for tuning in. If you're tuning in on podcast, check us out, WrestlingOnTheRocks.com. You can find our shop, get our t-shirts, dabble in some pointless aggression. Let's see. Since I got the kid I know going, Kevlar, you had something you wanted to talk about.
Yeah. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Hudson Wills. He just had a bone marrow transplant at Children's Hospital. He's from one of your old stomping grounds in Alaska.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
The old
just-
life ain't Fairbanks.
Yeah.
Cheers to Hudson. You're a trooper, man.
Yes, and his older brother was the one that was able to donate for him.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, so he was 100% match. You can check him out. Follow his little journey on Facebook.
Oh.
Keep pounding Hudson. He's a big Panthers fan. That's kind of their logo, and
Pounding?
yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And then they also wanted me to just, because I was talking to his dad, if you can, guys, go to Be the Match. Maybe you guys can be a match for somebody else and help them out with their, problems and stuff.
Yeah, you could potentially be a donor for somebody else. You never know who you're a match for and what that would mean to the other person. So, yeah, go to, beamatch.com and facebook.com. What is it?
Be the match.
Be the match.
Yes.
We don't just set the match, we be the match.
We be the match.
Yeah, so bethematch.com and facebook.com / what was it? Was it?
Keep pounding Hudson.
Oh, look at that. And we got to keep pounding Hudson,
Hudson.
Command in our chat now.
Very nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, so cheers to Hudson and his brother Parker.
Cheers, guys.
You know, get better.
Parker's a hero and Hudson's a soldier. That's a good family right there.
Yes. And we'll be sending a little care package your way.
Yeah, absolutely. We got something coming.
Yes.
Yeah, least we can do.
Yeah.
Let's see. So, I guess while we're talking about things that are not 100% wrestling related, let's get into the tiers for our beers. Regis Philbin passed away at 88. He should be in the Hall of Fame. He really should.
I feel like he's gonna be in there.
Yeah.
Well, they've kind of like slacked off on their celebrity editions like the last few years, and with this happening, it was like,
It's been their celebrity ones at times have been weird. The last one wasn't the last one Kid Rock?
I don't think he was the last one. Wasn't Schwarzenegger after that?
I don't
No, I
remember.
think Arnold was earlier.
Maybe you're right. Oh, you know what? You're right, I think. I think it was Kid Rock because AJ Styles was in the audience and he was eating it up. He was loving it.
God, I hated that.
So bad, dude.
It was him and Kurt Angle eating it up, and they kept cutting to him like, these jokes aren't aging well now. I don't know if I'd laugh at this bullshit. I don't care if you like it. Don't laugh at this bullshit.
Yeah, and they were showing like a ton of people in the crowd who were just like looking at each other like he's saying all this stuff. Then it would cut over to AJ and he's like,
Yeah.
You're like, whoa.
Yeah, no, they didn't have it was Kid Rock last. Before that, the one before that was Snoop Dogg, which was 2 years prior, and then Arnold Schwarzenegger was 15.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So Regis Philbin, his show, Dorkchop says in the chat, Regis' show was always a great place for wrestlers to come on and do mainstream promos. He was a great asset to the business, actually. He should be in the Hall of Fame, in his opinion. Totally agree. It was really neat. I didn't realize, I knew he'd always had a tight relationship with wrestling business. Turns out, I found out listening to part of the Cornet podcast, he mentions that it was because Regis was in San Diego with his own talk show. And at the time, one of the biggest stars with the biggest ratings draw, as it were, was Freddie Blassie. And Freddie Blassie would constantly go on Regis' show, and it got a ton of eyes on Regis' show when he was just starting out. And really helped him out, and he kind of never forgot that, and always kind of kept close with Freddie and anybody Freddie said to be good to.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well,
So what are you
cheers
Googling,
to
Clump? You're just tapping away. Tears in our beers. Cheers to Regis.
Yeah.
Absolutely. A lot of really iconic segments on there, and the dude was an absolute hoot to watch every time.
mm-hmm.
I didn't know how much of I really didn't know how much he was in wrestling until after this. I was like, oh, wow.
Oh yeah? No, I remember like Bret Hart going on and the Hogan stuff. Someone
Yeah.
actually we tweeted out a video of Hogan being on there, and Regis like kicks him in the balls, and then Hogan says, "You know, I've been wondering since I left," because this was right when he went to go do like Thunder in Paradise or whatever that show was. And when they didn't know if he was going to come back to wrestling, and he goes, "I've been wondering who I could pass the reins off to and who could take over the wrestling business and be the prominent star that I was." And he goes, "And I think it's you, Regis." And it's like, all right, Regis is going to bring prominence back to wrestling.
I think he said who's going to elevate the business. Who's
Yeah.
going to elevate
Nice.
the business. He's like, this is who, Regis. And yeah, that's great.
Very
Picking
cool.
up Regis and, oh my God, trying to do moves on him.
Oh, so good. I love Bret Hart doing a sharpshooter on Regis, and he's like, ah! And he's like tapping and
I
stuff.
love his, oh God.
Yeah, oh God. I like with Kurt Angle. He came out in a little singlet, and he's like, "Gah!" You know, he was.
It's great.
It was wild. I hope they come out with a Regis action figure.
They
That'd be awesome.
don't even have a Funko Pop of him, which is crazy.
Yeah, actually, my brother tweeted out. My brother has always been, unironically, one of the biggest Regis Philbin fans I've ever known. Honest to God, if even a year ago you said you can have one beer with either Regis Philbin or Stone Cold Steve Austin, who's it going to be? I don't think he'd even stutter. He would have said Regis. The dude loves Regis. We had Regis CDs and stuff. He had him. Like, Regis would put out an album of just singing songs, and my brother would be like, yeah, I need that now. But he put out a thing saying Regis may be the most famous person who doesn't have a Funko Pop at this point.
Yeah.
And that's hard to argue.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, tears in our beers.
Yeah. Tears
Well,
in
I
our
think
beers.
he's also the last person of that old school kind of like Hollywood way of like he was just like an amazing MC, an amazing like he wasn't directly attached to like that old school Rat Pack fame, but he was of that style. The other thing besides Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, he always would do like touring with Don Rickles.
Oh, yeah.
And he would often be Don Rickles' opener.
Yeah. No, I
Even
think
in-
of, I think what we think of Mean Gene as being to wrestling, I think is kind of how Hollywood sees Regis. I think Regis is like the Mean Gene of Hollywood in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he was everywhere. He was in everything. Didn't they call him the man that never slept or whatever? And
Hardest working man in Hollywood. Or something.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it was.
Yeah, and 100% of the time he showed up on TV, everybody in the room smiled. Didn't matter.
Mm.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
One more cheers to Regis then.
Yeah, one more cheers.
Lost a great one.
We're going to do the 10 bell salute with shot glasses.
Ping ping.
Awesome, guys. Awesome. It's a real shame to see him go. I texted my brother as soon as I heard it. I heard it, and then I found at least 2 news sources that reported it that seemed legitimate, because I didn't want to be the guy to like tell my brother that and then find out it wasn't true. And I sent him a message, and then later on, I think it was I sent him. I was like, "Damn, dude," and he's like, "What?" And I was like, "Regis has passed away," and that was it. I didn't hear from him for like a day and a half, and then he goes, "I just want you to know you're the first person who told me." And I was like, oh, "Okay." So,
Thanks.
yeah, all right. Well, I'm glad it
Just want
wasn't.
you to know you made my day a lot
And
less
I was the one that told you.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, even then, like, you all know everything's going to hit everybody differently. And when I heard it was him, I thought that's absolutely something where people go, oh, damn, dude, did you hear about that? And, like, just flippantly say it. But knowing how much Regis meant to him, I was like, I don't want him to just find out in some weird flippant way. I don't want him to be startled. Yeah, so Regis Hall of Fame worthy, Funko Pop worthy. Should we all get Regis tattoos or not this year?
No, not this year.
All right.
Let Aaron go first.
Let's see. So there's 2 things. Well, I mean, we got 3 things before we get into our tops and bottoms here. Is there anything else in the news you guys wanted to hit before I hit these things?
No. Lead the way,
Nope.
boss.
There is a rumor that SummerSlam's going to be on a boat.
Oh, nice. Chris Jericho style.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna
which-
say, like, they're working with Jericho?
Well, what I love about it, because you know how much I love pettiness, Jericho had to cancel his cruise.
Yeah, I remember hearing that, and then hearing that
Yeah.
the boat was happening. I was like, did they just swipe his boat, and that's why it got canceled?
Yeah, I can't do it anymore. The WWE stole my boat.
Well, with him, it was a cruise. I can get it, but it would be amazing because, like, if it's a Norwegian cruise line ship, motherfuckers.
I'm
Or
gonna-
go-
I'm gonna
I
assume
mean, they
it's just
could, I
like
could see them doing actually something really cool with this in theory.
Oh,
And
I
that's
think
what
they could
did
do a
in
bunch
the-
of cool stuff with it.
what if it's
I just think there might be a little bit of pettiness behind it, and I love it.
what if it's just a big yacht that's docked in Florida?
Yeah, they just do it in front of the Queen Mary.
It's like
Just
right
that-
around the corner from the PC.
Yeah.
Well, Vince has a big yacht. They could do it on his.
That'd be awesome.
don't
Yeah,
know.
I do think that. I think one. I don't know that it's actually true, I don't know that I care if it happened on a boat or not. But I think if they put it on a boat, they're going to do some wild shit with it that you wouldn't otherwise do just because you're on a boat. Where when AEW did their Dynamite from the cruise, it was more or less like them struggling to put on Dynamite while the boat was doing whatever the fuck it was going to do. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I do remember watching that episode and being like, this is sort of cool, but also kind of just like, what the fuck is happening? So I do think that they would do something cool with it, but I also don't care, in a sense.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? It's like, okay, go on a boat then.
You won't be disappointed if it doesn't happen.
Yeah, if they say we're not doing the boat thing, I'm not going to be like, what the fuck?
Man, so
How
looking
could
forward
that be?
to it. That's it. I'm not watching wrestling anymore.
Yeah.
I quit.
Overall, though, you guys pro or con boat?
Part of me, and I don't know how safe this would be, if there was ever a time to see if you can do an event for the troops, like on, say, an aircraft carrier, this would be kind of cool in my eyes, but then again, I don't know, because I don't know if we need to bring the military into all these fun questions of COVID anymore, so, you know?
Yeah, producer here. It's not what I sound like.
I didn't say it was.
Well, you're trying to mimic me, and that's not what I sound like.
I didn't.
So,
Why is producer arguing with themselves?
God. Hate you all.
Go ahead.
Yeah, military's not doing so great with COVID right now, so I don't think going to them is a great solution.
Well, I was gonna say also, like, right now, as I said that, like, in my eyes, like, the optics of it, I'm like, that seems like a very WWE thing, but it also seems like something I would get in trouble for, because I wouldn't be very happy about. We'd have an argument on the show, because I'd be like, why the fuck did they do that?
Yeah, because it was your idea, Klopp.
yeah. It generally is a good idea. I mean, support the troops, but right now it's not.
I don't know. I guess I could see both arguments, though, because maybe now more than ever, right? The troops need us. They need the WWE.
You don't want to expose them to outside
Yes.
stuff.
And they're getting it very quickly because they're in such small quarters.
Oh, yeah. It would be reckless.
Okay.
But
I'm done. Continue.
Speaking of doing well during COVID. What's up? Go ahead.
Hey, my turn.
Yep.
I'm pro boat. I want to see it. I want to see, like, who was it? Wasn't it Hogan that came in the helicopter that one time?
I think that was Luger. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Hogan did show up. Hogan showed up at Bash at the Beach, but there was the USS Intrepid where I think Luger was dropped in on a helicopter. There was also a Flair dropped in a helicopter.
At some point,
there was somebody hanging off the side of one.
Yeah, door chop says Luger on the ship.
That was Luger on the Intrepid right before he body slammed Hogan. Or not Hogan, Yokozuna. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right before he body slammed Yokozuna, which I forget who said it, but someone said it was a glorified arm drag, and it made me laugh.
A little bit.
All right, so is that all we got for news?
No. Go ahead, Clump.
I mean, at some point, if you're a wrestler from the 1980s to now, you have entered a wrestling arena on a helicopter. It's. I think there was a law.
Kind of
yeah.
It's kind of a thing.
When he did the mountain match against Vader.
Yeah, I was about to say him and the Vader thing. They definitely used a helicopter in there for some entrances.
I want to see like a Rambo, like somebody come in, like that'd be cool. Drop him off on the yacht.
That'd be good. That would be good.
Plus,
let's see.
How many? If WWE's being petty with everything, how many drones can they use to film the action?
Fill in the action.
Vanguard 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Yep.
What's another word for what Vanguard means? What can we use to be extra petty?
What the fuck does Vanguard mean?
I don't know, dude.
What's the other one? What's the new name?
Vanguard 2. It's only just numbered at the next number.
No, it's something else now.
Says cannon fodder.
Cannon fodder? What do you think? SmackDown? What? We're not getting to SmackDown yet. We've got several shows to get through before SmackDown.
Vanguard, a group of people. Wait, what?
God, Clump, you're an idiot. So the other thing Did you guys hear about Nick Aldis and Bruce Pritchard going back and forth?
Real quick, Dorkshot says Vanguard were the troops that were first into battle.
Vanguard was the first troops to go into... Oh, so he's saying you can name the droids cannon fodder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah.
Did you guys hear about what's going on with Nick Aldis and Bruce Pritchard?
No.
Perfect. This is going to be great. You guys are going to have
Wow.
thorough, thought-out ideas. So Bruce Pritchard said on his podcast, they were talking about the TNA Slammiversary. He said, ultimately, Conrad's asked because of, obviously, the connection with Mickie James and Nick being who Nick is, why didn't...
I remember this episode, yes.
Yeah, it was July 6th, I think it played.
Mm-hmm.
So he says that he never thought that Nick Aldis, even as Magnus, ever really had that final it thing that kind of propels you to the next level. And he was always sort of playing to the best of his abilities the character that he was assigned, more or less. And he never really bought into his own character and just lived it in any way, right?
He went further than that. He was asked what he thinks of Nick Aldis now, and he says he thinks Nick Aldis is playing what he thinks Nick Aldis should be as an NWA champion. He isn't Nick. He made the same comment regarding him today. So he did go a bit further on that same show. I was like, ooh.
Yeah, I hadn't finished my sentence, but I agree. He did indeed.
You paused awkwardly long. Okay.
Because Conrad had asked him right after that, well, have you seen what he's doing now? And he goes, yeah, he's playing what he thinks the NWA champ should be. But he says he doesn't feel like he knows who Nick Aldis is and all of that, which I thought was interesting. I'm curious about your guys' take about that before we get into what Nick Aldis said in return.
I actually agree with it. I think, to me, I've never disliked Nick Aldis, but I've always kind of never been the biggest fan of him. He's good, but whenever I see him talk, whenever he is on TV, and I've said this when we used to do Power Hour, he feels really long-winded. He feels competent, but I've always felt kind of bored about him, and I kind of agree with Bruce here. I feel like it doesn't feel natural, and it doesn't feel like it feels like he could be so much more, and compared to other people in the company, like Tim Storm. Like, Tim Storm's fucking Tim Storm, James Storm's fucking James Storm. Eli Drake's Eli Drake. But Nick Aldis always feels
like NWA champ.
It feels like the defining point of his character is NWA champ.
Exactly.
And but I need more,
Yeah. Like, he feels almost too comfortable in the NWA champ position. Like, you can almost imagine him putting on his tie and being like, now I'm the champ, and walking out there and being like, okay, I'm going to go say champ things. You know what I mean? Like, I could understand the perception of that. Being there live and seeing some of the recordings, I do think that there is a level of genuineness to Nick, but I also do think that there's part of it that seems a little bit cookie cutter. But at the same degree, I do think that he carries himself as a champion better than most champions we even have today. He reminds me of like a Ric Flair and a Bret Hart, someone who holds that title with prestige and reverence for the title in and of itself, which I think is a big step. But again, I think of him as the NWA champ. I don't think of Nick Aldis necessarily otherwise. And if he wasn't the NWA champ, I don't know if I'd be like, oh my God, what's he doing next? I'd be like, oh, I guess he's moving on. You know what I mean? It is so much a part of his character.
It feels like Dusty Rhodes, Terry Funk, Ric Flair, they're why the NWA championship is what it is. The NWA championship is why Nick Aldis is who Nick Aldis is.
Yes, I think that
it
Dusty Rhodes was the American Dream. Ric Flair was the Nature Boy. They happened to be NWA champions for long periods of time. Nick Aldis is the NWA champion who also happens to call himself the National Treasure. You know what I mean? Is what it comes off as. And I don't think it's because he's not without capability or possible or potential or anything like that. Like, I think he's amazing in the ring, but I do think that there is maybe if you were to take the critique from an aspect of you're not doing bad, but you could probably lean in a little bit and really see some attention. Kevlar, what do you think? I know you haven't seen as much Nick Aldis as the others, as the rest of us.
Yeah, I truthfully have no take on it because, I really haven't, like you said, seen really any of the NWA stuff.
Okay. I think you will have a take on what Nick Aldis said, though. What were you about to say?
Okay.
Producer? You're about to say something. Okay. Not going to say anything. GR Lunar's in there. Hey there. Face here. What's up?
What's up, Lunar?
What up, Lunar? Cheers to Lunar for coming through the chat. Guys, if you're listening on podcast, twitch.tv/Wrestling on the Rocks every Tuesday. You can check us out, be part of the chat, become part of the show. WrestlingOnTheRocks.com if you can't remember the rest. Let's see. Nick Aldis did have a response. And the other thing, too, is when I heard it, I didn't think it was all that harsh. I thought that it was maybe a little bit not what you'd want to hear.
Aldis' response.
Yeah, all right, producer here, I'll say something. Having followed all the Power and being a fan of, I feel like I'm a fan of nearly everybody, I kind of just thought it was more of constructive criticism, which, I mean, I get that it's public, for one, but I didn't feel like it was ill-intended. I didn't feel like there was any, true malice behind it. I just thought it was an honest opinion.
Yeah.
And for that, I just kind of took it as, oh, okay, so he's being critical. Everyone can be critical.
Right. And they even got to a point where Conrad was saying, can you give us examples of when people become that character? And he talked about Stone Cold obviously being Austin at 11 and JBL being JBL at 11, and how he even said JBL wasn't JBL until he was JBL. Before then he was Bradshaw playing Hawk. He was Bradshaw playing APA, and there was a reason he wasn't on that next level, because he hadn't tapped in to truly believe and live who he was. In response to that, too, he also said, hey, you can watch Jim Carrey do a ton of movies, but when you watch Jim Carrey in Man on the Moon, he became Andy Kaufman because he believed it. And he goes, there's a certain level where I don't believe it from Aldis. And
what I was going to also add on there to what producer said, I agree. I feel like, it was criticism. It's harsh criticism, but it's valid. And then the other thing, too, is when I listened to that, it felt like it was pulled out of Bruce. Bruce tends not to. He'll go at some people, but in this case, he wasn't trying to throw out. He was asked about it, and he kind of went at it quickly because he seemed like, I just want to get this done and say it. It didn't feel mean or nasty or vicious. It felt curt and fair.
Yeah, and Conrad did keep digging in because he kept saying he wanted more, he wanted more. And I think part of that is because, I mean, you can't deny the NWA fandom and the love for Nick Aldis and how good he's doing as the NWA champion. So I think there was part of it where Conrad was just kind of having a hard time buying that, why would you guys not want Nick Aldis right now? You know what I mean? But go ahead.
There was also the conversation before he was even talking about Aldis of ratings, where, when you're talking about YouTube, that is not a moneymaker. And so when I saw Aldis's response, I was a little confused at why he was talking about ratings when YouTube isn't a moneymaker.
They were reading
was saying
something up about TNA, and they talked about how their YouTube views was up, but Meltzer was saying that when it's all said and done, no money is to be made on YouTube. Money's made by networks. And you can have millions and millions of YouTube clicks, but it doesn't mean that you're making any money in the business. That's just it's a good marker for what's popular, but not a good marker for what's making money. I mean, that was a Meltzer thing. So then it gets over to Nick, where he responds a couple days later with, hey, Bruce Pritchard, this was on Twitter. He said, your ignorant comments about me had me at an all-time low, kind of like your Raw ratings. However, there are a few Hall of Famers that seem to have a different opinion, some of which are even featured below. P.S. I'll be live on Busted Open Radio tomorrow. and he showed a video of himself as a champion with like Harley Race and Dusty Rhodes, and they were saying things like, "Oh, you're doing a great job, kid." Nice things to say in front of the guy. Not to say that he's not great, but is what Bruce saying completely invalid? I think that Torture says you can make money as an individual on YouTube and not as a company of that size. Yeah, you can monetize, but you're not making money. And even Billy Corgan said about NWA when they first started that YouTube wasn't the end goal, because he even said, there's not much money to be made on YouTube, not for an actual program. And Dorkshop even says, but even now it's hard to make any money at all on that platform, which I've heard from multiple sources too. A lot of people who are on YouTube, who were professional YouTubers, are leaving because whatever algorithm, whatever they do over there, it's starting to like dramatically reduce the amount of money they can possibly make. Mm-hmm. So Nick Aldis's first response is, your ratings are at an all-time low. He gets on Busted Open Radio, and he says that Pritchard has exposed the fact he hasn't been paying attention to anything that's been going on. He says, let me see, a couple. He said he called Bruce Pritchard, and Bruce Pritchard said he was talking about the Magnus character and not Nick Aldis, but he did, so there's that. He also said what he did was expose the fact that he hasn't been paying attention to anything that's been going on. When he was running TNA, he wasn't paying attention. He was asleep. And the reality is he took a shot and he tried to give some sort of half-baked reason why he decided to say it. Said he was going to address it, did not, let it breathe, so now he's getting a receipt. And he goes, he's not getting a fucking receipt, he's getting a fucking invoice, it's what he's getting. Then he goes, there's plenty of Hall of Famers who have a different opinion. He likes to float things out that are subjective and just sort of present them as facts. He lives in this past mentality where he thinks that because he's in WWE, he can say whatever about someone, and that's the only thing anyone will hear, and that the opinion that everybody shares, it doesn't work like that anymore. Times changed. It goes, by the time Bruce was relieved of his duties in TNA in 2013, he'd gotten viewing figures down to like 1 million people. Well, by that time, I had the world title, and at the end of that year, through the start of 2014, we'd got the average viewers back up to 1.3 million and peaked at 1.55 million, which is just shy of 1.561 million, which is the lowest Raw rating in history, which is the rating that came out of the same week that he decided to trash me on his podcast. Maybe that little extra bit that Raw got, that must be the it factor that I don't have. You know what I mean? Because it can't be that his entire roster don't have the it factor. God, if only I had the it factor that those guys had, I could have just got that extra bit of a fucking rating.
This sounds so exhausting to me.
It does.
Was very, very surprised, to be honest, because I'm a fan of all this.
And here's my take before I let you guys really, really chew it apart. He's talking about ratings for TNA 7 years ago. And he's trying to say that he's the reason it went from 1 million to 1.5 million, roughly 0.3 of a difference, and saying that he was even champion when Bruce left. So he left when you were the champion, and you're saying that you single-handedly got him back up. But you single-handedly didn't get them there, right, to begin with? The other thing that I think it opens up is if you want to talk about ratings, yeah, Raw maybe had its lowest ratings of all time, but it's still ratings that are higher than any other wrestling show out there at all, regardless of network. It's more than the views of any NWA show. You know what I mean? It's more than the views of any Impact show. So if you're going to point your finger and say, look how bad your ratings are, I really hope it's because you're standing on a pile of ratings where you can say, look how much better I'm doing. WCW didn't really start digging into WWF during the Monday Night Wars until they were winning. Because if you say that shit when you're losing, people see that. Like, why would you point out, oh yeah, I had 1.5 million then, when you guys are only getting 200,000 on YouTube now? It opens you up, to me, to criticisms about how the NWA is not even on network TV, doesn't have toy deals, isn't international. There's so many other factors into what makes a company money that I think that the fact that he really dug his heels in about 1 week of Raw ratings, to me, seems crazy. Kevlar, what do you think about what he said?
I mean, to me, it just seems like he just took this shit way too personally. You know, and
yep.
I think Pritchard, like, was talking about his character, like, hey, you know, get into it, dive into it. He took it personally and then just reached out and tried to grab anything he could to say negative about Bruce. You said he brought up from 7 years ago, and then, you know, said, "Hey, you talk shit about me," and then you got the lowest Raw ratings, and I don't know. Like I said, I think he just took it too personally, and most people would have just been like, "Whatever, dude," and then kind of just try to prove him wrong with his work instead of over Twitter.
Yeah, I thought that'd be the kind of thing that would light a fire under someone like Nick Aldis's ass, and I didn't expect him to become super dismissive and start talking about point 0.3 in the ratings from 6 years ago on a TV show that largely wasn't considered successful at the time. You know what I mean?
I think what also is a pretty big factor is the fact that NWA is not doing a lot right now because of, you know, what's going on in the world. I mean, it's difficult for any smaller wrestling company, I think, to put on shows. I mean, yeah, it's happening, but not nearly as often. So I think that plus, you know, some of their leadership being changed up, I think is kind of thrown a wrench in their plans. So
Yeah, what I hope he's doing is I hope he saw this as a good opportunity to get some eyes on NWA, because I also think this, and then we're gonna get to Clump, because I know Clump's got some stuff.
Oh yeah.
I do think that shitting on Raw ratings and shitting on the WWE is a very popular thing to do on the internet right now. It's incredibly popular to talk about the Raw ratings being the worst they've ever been, regardless of the fact it's more than double of your favorite program's ratings. I think that this could be him pushing that narrative towards the AEW fan base and hoping to get them to finally tune in just to spite WWE. Which, if he does that and it works, fucking beautiful. I love it. If it works that way, I will think so highly of the way he did this. Because to me, it does seem like it could be pandering to that specific hateful audience. Clump, what do you think?
I think one, he cut the most boring ass Nick Aldis generic promo ever on this, and it's a when we would watch NWA Power, I'd feel like, God, he needs to condense this shit. It's a long, unnecessary, pointless promo that doesn't really say anything. It says, "I'm mad." It says, I did this time ago. And, you know, when I hear this and read this, the first thing I thought of when he started going into numbers was like, yeah, and if you did that fucking well, why didn't you get pulled into a bigger company?
Or why aren't you making that for NWA?
well,
If you, because the other thing he said in the Busted Open Radio, and we'll get right back. The other thing he said was that he was the only one on the NWA roster who was indisposable. He goes, if you cut me, the NWA crumbles. You can get rid of literally anybody else and it won't make a difference. And I thought, what the fuck?
and that he's making six figures.
And he's making six
mentioned that
figures.
several times.
Yeah.
Cool, he could make, if he was great, he could make 8. Like, you get what I mean? If you were that...
Yeah, Becky made 8.
Yeah, and that fucking indispensable, then you could make 7 or 8 figures at WWE or AEW. You're not.
Yeah.
He is indispensable because he's not fucking leaving. Eli Drake could probably go somewhere. Fuck, Ken Kennedy could go or Mr. Anderson could go somewhere and become Kennedy again. You know, we've seen people go to other places. He isn't, because I don't think he can. I think we talk about, God damn it, why do I have to have a helicopter fly over me right goddamn now? Okay.
It's the only thing we can't hear. We hear everything else in your room.
I know. Okay. If we're going to talk about situations where, like, we hear this a lot, I feel like Tony Khan's a fanboy playing it and really excited. I feel like Billy Corgan in some ways is a fanboy, and he's wrapped up in Nick Aldis because Nick Aldis is very close to what this ideal NWA champion would be. But he isn't there, and this really doesn't help. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like, again, Tim Storm, great promo, great champion, surprises you with work. When we were watching NWA Power, one of the weaknesses to me was Nick Aldis because he had long-ass promos, long matches where he wasn't involved that ended in nothing. To see him wrestle, you had to go to his pay-per-views, and shit, that's some of the worst things we criticize in WWE and AEW. If I want to care about you, I need to see you do shit. And I didn't feel like I saw him do anything.
And I do think this as much as I do like Nick Aldis, I disagree with half of what you said there, but I understand where you're coming from. It doesn't surprise me. But we kept talking about how Eli Drake or Marty Scurll should take the title. We kept saying it over and over again. Not even thinking about the fact that without the title, what's Nick Aldis doing? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But we kept thinking...
The title, he's at best chasing it, and I don't care.
And was it Billy Corgan said, and one of my buddies keeps bringing it up because he's a huge NWA guy, but he keeps saying that when guys like, as we'll get into shortly here, as like guys like Eddie Kingston show up in AEW, Ricky Stark showing up in AEW, the rumors that Zicky Dice might be leaving, as those things were happening, and the discussions were like, well, shit, what's going on with NWA? The response was always, well, we've always just wanted to be a company where people can leverage into a higher spot, where they can get to the next level. They always wanted to be a company that would leverage people to another level. Well, if you're forever their champion, you're forever the champion at guys who aren't on that level. What does that make you?
Yeah, that's you're forever on the stepping stool.
Yeah.
The best of the week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
And
tallest little person.
granted, I think the single biggest star that hasn't become the biggest star is Eli Drake. I think in all of wrestling. I think he's got Rock potential. I really do. I see Rock. I see some of the Rock in him. I see some of Stone Cold in him. I see some of Kurt Angle in him. Like, I don't understand how this dude isn't filling out arenas every night as the main event for any show. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. And then even seeing him in person, it was still there. That vibrancy, that electricity that you get from big stars was there. It wasn't there with everybody else, though. But, I mean, just saying that I do think they have some people there that are absolutely next level, but I don't know that this makes me think, oh yeah, Nick really gave him one. Then Nick gets back on Twitter today and says, a quick note on this whole Bruce Pritchard thing. I don't like online feuds and being, quote, controversial or, quote, outspoken. And this isn't about some guy with a podcast criticizing me. Lord knows I've had that before. This is the executive director of the market leader of my industry. I don't need Bruce to be a fan of mine or expect him to have kept up with my stuff, but because he hasn't, but if he broke up his English here, but because he hasn't, but if that's the case, just keep my name out of his mouth. Don't try to deliberately devalue someone and their ability to make a living. I didn't get the impression he was devaluing him. I got the impression that he was trying to light a fire under his ass, saying, why are you stagnant?
I agree.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what it sounded like to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, to throw this out, his statement in and of itself, Bruce is the leader of an industry that you're in. He can keep your name in his fucking mouth. And you should be happy his name's in your fucking mouth. And it's not because he's a piece of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He's saying, why aren't you next level?
He didn't say Nick Aldis can go fuck himself. He didn't say Nick Aldis is dog shit. He said worse about other people. You know,
yeah, he didn't say, and then the bell rang. He said he's missing that one little thing.
He didn't dismiss him. We've had people where he's just like, you nail it there, and then the bell rang, or it's over. Like Kenzo Suzuki, which we hear a lot about, he just let it sit. He talked about it for a little bit. You should be happy, dude. You're getting pointers. Calm down, get off your high horse, and maybe do some fucking work. Because again, and I want to like him, but I feel like, and this is my constructive criticism from somebody way below him, you work for a company where you are meant to be a stepping stone for people, but I don't see you be that stepping stone. I see you cut long promos. I see you, in my time watching you, not really do a lot on camera to make me think, yeah, he's a great-ass champ. I saw Smod's finishes and short matches. I saw a lot of other people where they did good work rapidly, and I thought, why isn't Ricky Starks holding your belt? Why isn't Tim Storm holding your belt? Why isn't, what's the big guy with the belly that looks like a trucker? Trevor Murdoch. Why isn't he holding your belt? You get what I mean? And I see you come out, and you look good, but you are the Triple H of a promotion that really doesn't need a Triple H. And I mean Triple H in the sense of, like, what people say of him a lot of times, where he doesn't do work and he just appears. You're Triple H now, and you're 30 or whatever. You could do so much more, and you need to, man.
Yeah. Also, I'm going to say this as a real quick shout out. GR Lunar's in the chat saying, listening in the background, don't know if I'd place Eli Drake in the same realm as Rock and Angle. I'm saying clearly he's not there yet. But I'm saying I see aspects of him there. I wouldn't be shocked if in 5 or 10 years he was on that level. If he was in that conversation. He's clearly not in that conversation right now. But I see enough about him that I saw in a young version of those guys where I think, fuck, he just needs to be slung in the right direction. The guy can take it from here, you know? That's what I was saying more so. Not that if you just build Eli Drake, the Madison Square Garden's going to fill up. But I don't understand why we haven't gotten to that place already, and I think that it's overdue, and I think that he just needs the right platform to do that. Go ahead, Club.
Yeah. The last thing I was going to really throw out here, in reading this and seeing this, and that he's kept going on and on and on. Yeah, he's taken this so personal. It sounds like just like a whiny child. And even in this, he doesn't sound unique or different. He sounds like, when you look on YouTube and you see this old washed-up wrestler cut a promo on Vince McMahon, and you listen to another story of another wrestler who didn't get their time and little upset go on about some story that we have no other background to.
Yeah. It
just seems pointless. And I don't mean that sounds really mean, and it kind of is.
No.
But you get what I mean. It's like I'm gonna do. I don't know, man. It's like Nova cutting a promo about how much Simon Dean sucked. Okay, cool. Whatever.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I wouldn't have paid any attention to it to the news of it coming out if Aldis hadn't come back with all that. I honestly would have just been like, another person just wanting to, dig into another person. But I wouldn't even have listened to it, honestly. But having listened to it, I was like, oh, it's criticism.
Yeah, so, I would have expected a guy like Nick Aldis to sit and chew on what he said and not try to lash out and attack in this internet community kind of way. It was very, very petty wrestling Twitter, which was surprising to me.
Yeah, I would have expected all this to just keep it all offline, honestly.
And if someone asked about it, just say, I heard what he said. And leave it at that. I heard it, and I've talked to Bruce. Yeah. That's all you need to know. The fact that this is what's out there. Like I said, I think there's a possibility he's trying to cater to the AEW fan base right now that loves to shit on WWE and sees an opportunity to do that because they had low ratings. But if they didn't have all-time low ratings, I don't know if he would have said any of this, to be honest.
But is that really, is that what they want? Because like you said, they're not on TV.
They're desperate.
You think they're desperate?
Absolutely. NWA is desperate. You know how I know they're desperate? How? Their fucking CEO is on Zoom calls with their fans regularly on Patreon. You think Vince McMahon's doing Zoom calls for the green shirt guy?
But I want them to do so well.
Yeah, I want them to do well too, but the problem is that they have no idea how to move forward. Well, they got ideas. They're not talking about it, which is smart. Because I think that what's going to happen is they're going to shoot something out that's going to be fucking cool. But all the stuff they've done since COVID has been largely underwhelming. And I don't think that they're getting numbers even a quarter of what they were getting on Power.
Power was cool. Carney, we couldn't get into.
Yeah, I'm not really into the Carney Lane stuff, and they're doing, and what they are doing is really cool for the super fan of NWA. They're doing several times a week. You get Zoom calls from different NWA stars and Billy Corgan, and before he stepped down, Lagana was on calls with them. They get calls from Nick Aldis, you know what I mean? You're getting.
I don't want to be on a call with Lagana.
Yeah. I was just laughing at Clump's reaction.
But they were there, right? And I'm saying that's the thing to me that doesn't scream, we've got this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, you're right. It is profoundly weird to think of this as a positive to have the CEO of a company, I'm doing Zoom calls with fans. That's just odd. I can get us having a Discord, or Sam Roberts having a Discord where he jumps in, One of my favorite podcasts also does a Discord where they jump in and we'll occasionally talk to fans. That's pretty fucking cool.
Dork Chop has his Discord.
What?
Yeah. Dork Chop has a Discord.
Mm-hmm. I have a Discord.
He's hip.
Yeah, this coming out and coming back to I'm gonna come and do this after you've already done the YouTube stuff. It feels weird, and then we're seeing so many of your talent leave. Um, I don't know, man. Like if you tried to make an exit, like if you tried to announce a relationship with AEW for people to do this, that would make sense. But it doesn't even seem like that. This seems like people are leaving rapidly.
Yeah, I've been noticing that every time someone just pops up somewhere else. I'm like, I don't know.
And he responded to that and said, "Hey, not everyone's making six figures. If you got to make bread and butter, go make it elsewhere. That's fine."
Yeah, and
That was his
my
response.
understanding is Nick is the only one actually under contract with NWA who's getting any money right now. That the rest of the talent are expected to go find work, which is crazy.
Yeah, he kept saying, "Oh, you got to earn it. Show your worth, show your value." And I just thought, wow, that's kind of not great. You're kind of putting down everyone you work with. In a sense.
Yeah.
He was trying to bolster himself and made him sound like he was absolutely better than everybody else there, which I
Like-
thought was kind of crappy when you talk about some of the guys we're going to talk about later. Let's get into it.
Sorry.
What's
Hold on,
up, Kev?
real quick about the Zoom calls that Corgan's doing. I'm just wondering if he's like almost taking like the CEO of T-Mobile. He would do random stuff like that, where he
Really?
would,
John Lazier.
yeah, where he would make like YouTube videos and talk to customers or fans. I don't know if he had fans, but he would do against the grain stuff like that and saying, hey, we're not your typical company, we're like a people's company. And I'm just wondering if Corgan's kind of trying to get the same mentality with that.
Yeah,
I
he's
could
trying to
see
build
that.
an ultra loyalty with the already hardcore fan base. I mean, how more bootstraps and grassroots do you get than being like, oh yeah, I go to every show, I sit in the front row, and I talk to Billy Corgan once a week. Yeah, you're not going anywhere. You know what I mean? Let's move on. Adam Cole and Pat McAfee also had beef this week.
Yeah, a lot of beef this week.
Kevlar, do you wanna break down what happened there?
A lot of yelling and a lot of fucks and a lot of stuff.
Sounds about right to me.
Okay.
So Pat McAfee keeps giving
So,
digs.
wait,
All right,
all right, go ahead.
go ahead.
Well, yeah, McAfee just kept, had Adam Cole on the show, and the Pat McAfee show, and they've all had tension in NXT where they kind of, would throw shade at each other back and forth, and it's kind of like a bearing the hatchet moment where he's like, all right, I'm gonna do this. I'm in town with my family. Adam Cole kept saying, and McAfee kept, would cut him off at times and kind of throw a little, dig at him here and there. And, once again, like Cole seemed like he was taking it personal.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, hey man, like throughout the interview, like he was getting annoyed, it looked like. And then as soon as he mentioned, his height, Cole fucking lost it. Or his, size.
Yeah.
Threw the mic
And then
down.
stood up.
Yeah. He stood up and
Stood
he
up,
said,
went up to this desk, and Pat McAfee, who's supposedly 1 inch taller than Cole, is sitting, and he's on a slightly elevated platform, but he looks fucking huge compared to Cole.
Dude, McAfee looked jacked too. Dude's arms are huge.
Which they should be. He was a fucking punter.
Well, no, the punter, your legs got to be big. Your arms don't
Yeah,
got to be.
his arms. That's why he's not playing anymore. His arms are too fucking big.
Yeah, you're kicking the ball.
Pat, you're not throwing shit. Work on legs. Why are you doing curls? Well,
Every day should be
no,
leg
it should be.
day,
Yeah, Pat, this isn't part of your workout routine.
Dorkchop's in the chat saying it's a work, but I don't know why they are working. Not gonna have Cole versus McAfee at SummerSlam. If you want to have that character stuff with Cole, I feel like it would be better served on their weekly TV show. Fabtina says it was the first time I kind of liked Cole, and Kuro said I should say that Pat McAfee Adam Cole stuff isn't just a story fight. Cheers for Kuro coming through. Dude's always hanging out with me when I play video games. I've been streaming games on our channel now. He always comes through, and we always chop it up. It's great. Cheers, Kuro, for coming through again. So, two people saying conflicting things there. Dorkchop says definitely a work. Kuro saying it's not just a work, and saying Pat and Cole have disliked each other for years. I'll tell you what to me gave it away that this is definitely all a work. Yes, they may annoy each other all the time. They may not be best friends. But Cole never stepped out of character. He actually used the idea that he was the longest reigning NXT champion, and I did it all on my own. That's verbiage of a wrestling champion, not verbiage of an out of character performer.
Yeah, a writer wrote that.
Yeah, no, you didn't do it all on your own. And then Pat's response to it wasn't a "I know you're a wrestler" response. It was a kayfabe response. Oh, your buddies got involved in a ton of your matches. That was a kayfabe response. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know where they go with it, but I do know this is that would not have gotten anybody talking if it was on Weekly NXT.
Yeah. And I agree with Dorkchop in the chat where he said the King of NXT gave it away to him. And I agree with that too. Because, like, Marsh sent it to us. He goes, fast forward to this part. I see Cole just getting pissed off, saying, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. And I was like, oh shit. I was like, I need to, I started laughing at first because it's Cole being, a chihuahua over there growling at a bulldog.
Oh, God.
I started laughing, and I'm like, all right, I gotta watch the whole thing. And yeah, as soon as he sits there and he's like, I'm the king of NXT, I'm like, oh, come on, man.
Yeah, no, to me it was a dead giveaway. When I saw the 40, because the first thing was floating around was just the 45 seconds of him being like, very smart business, surround yourself with good people and they can take you to the championship. And he goes, and you're not a big guy, you're a smaller guy, so it's very smart. And then he goes, oh, you're gonna go with the size thing. He's like, fuck you, Pat. Like he'd had enough. Like just like Kuro said, we've always seen them kind of bicker back and forth. Shut the fuck up, Pat. You know what I mean? Like, Pat, shut up is constantly happening whenever they're in the same room together. Pat will say something about him being smaller, and he's like, shut up, Pat! So it was another one of those things, and I thought, oh shit, this could be real. This might not be a work. But then I saw the 2 minutes leading up to that, and I went, oh no, that's all a work. They're talking a scripted wrestling promo. Kuro does say Cole won't step out of character because back when Cole was doing his indie stuff, Pat called him out for too many out-of-character fights, and they were a waste of time. Which maybe this is Adam Cole putting on some of his best kayfabe performances is by doing just that. Yeah. Working with the guy who criticized him the most to do a work shoot thing. Like, I mean, it makes sense. I think it's all smart. I think it's all really well done. I think there was a shadow of a doubt depending on what clip you saw. Real quick, Dorkchop2 says, the best works are based in a shoot, though. I don't think Cole and Pat like each other at all. And Kuro says, Pat's not that smart. Dude, I think Pat is super smart to the business. And Dorkchop says, McAfee is a bro douche, but I love him. That's the other thing, too. I think Pat could beat him in a fight because I think Pat McAfee's been an asshole who goes to bars with other athletes all the time. The dude's probably been in more fights than anybody we know.
He does have that vibe of, like, going out to, going out to certain bars to pick the fight.
Yes.
Yeah. He's the dude, linebackers and freaking, big old buff dude sitting there and like, fuck you. You want to go?
Yes.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Standing behind him. But at the same time, Pat is a punter, and he's huge compared to Adam Cole.
Yeah.
Like, I can't get that, out of my head. And Pat's like, oh, do I have to go out there and fight him? Yeah, do it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Literally, Pat McAfee has made a career out of kicking balls.
Yeah.
And Adam Cole's finishing maneuver is rubbing his balls lightly on your forehead as he runs by you. So
he trained Seth Rollins. Pat McAfee did.
Yeah.
Does it squeak when he does it?
He trained AJ Styles a couple years back. They worked together for a while. Clump, what were you going to say about this?
It's just, I mean, it's cool because I like seeing bring in a little bit of that work shoot stuff outside of, like WWE, and so we can, we can.
Whoa.
Are we keeping you awake?
Pause.
Sorry, Adam.
What happened to him?
Annoys me.
Oh, he's yawning, so he
Oh, he's yawning?
understand him.
Don't worry about it.
Have more coffee.
Starbucks, yeah.
Yeah, come on, man. This is not a great commercial for Starbucks.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
decaf
clearly
easy.
Starbucks isn't going to sponsor us.
Yeah.
Don't put sugar in my fucking coffee, Starbucks.
Nightbot.
What are you
I
drinking?
like it,
Starbucks?
but ruin my-
Anyway.
Listen, my caffeine addiction is not like it doesn't keep me up. It's just servicing a problem. Okay.
It helps you poop.
But oh, nice. You clumped up. You clumped it. Fuck you, Nightbot.
Yeah, dude. Nightbot gets it.
Yeah, the chat's going crazy.
Dork Chop, real quick. We'll get into Clump's thing. He says McAfee probably goes to a bar with a $100 bill poking out of his back pocket, hoping someone will try and take it, just so he can start shit. I knew someone who played for the Texas Longhorns who did that when I lived in Austin.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't. Nightbot does say you clumped up, you clumped up, you clumped up, because Nightbot gets it.
Yeah.
And Lunar says, we talk about work shoot. Shout out to Andy Kaufman. That is true. This is the anniversary of the David Letterman, Andy Kaufman work shoot promo of a generation.
Aw.
2 generations. if you ask
2
me.
generations. Yes.
I would bet this is why it's happening right now. Like, yeah, that would
Sweet,
be
yeah,
that-
little
this could
homage.
be- yeah, that's what I think this is. It's an homage to that, or it's just a nice little like attempt to bring that back, the work shoot, and that's fine. I like it. I think it was okay. I think it was cool that they did it off of NXT and did it in another show, because if it was on any WWE owned programming, it'd be dumb as hell. It wouldn't work out.
It
So
wouldn't
it's
work,
okay.
no.
Yeah.
And I think,
Well,
I didn't like Pat McAfee all that much until I heard him on commentary for like all the NXT Invasion stuff, and he kept jumping on commentary in his stupid little shorts and shit. And I was always like, fuck this guy. But then, like, listening to him on those, I was like, oh, shit, this guy fucking gets it. And then when I saw him on commentary for XFL, all his sideline shit for XFL, I was like, holy shit, this dude gets it. So
I was
good.
gonna say, I had a real problem with watching him as he's doing it, and he keeps like I don't like shirtless, like I don't like arm no
What?
sleeves, because it always looks
No one
weird
believes
to
that.
me. Like it just looks weird. But he kept like kind of going, like either emphasizing or like it seemed like somebody who's kind of insecure that they have to have their arms out. It just seemed weird in his body language. He kept referring to his arms.
Kevlar does the same thing. He cuts all the sleeves off his shirts.
yeah. You live in fucking Arizona. It's hot as shit. Sleeves
Yeah.
add like degrees.
Also, would like to mention like some of the photos we took at my ceremony.
Yeah, those are great. I still have them on my
Rip,
fridge.
rip.
Dorkchop says it was a bromage to Andy Kaufman.
Nice. What?
I
One thing
think... Go ahead.
One thing I will say is Pat McAfee, like, he hit a chord with me during this whole thing when he said he got drunk and ordered a wrestling ring and put it up in the barn. I'm like, this is my kind of dude right there.
Yeah, this dude's fucking dope.
Yeah. That's me. If I had money and a barn.
Yeah, if you had some huge contract, I 100% expect you to be
Yeah.
drunk one night, and then I show up to your house when you're like, I need you to help me unload this truck. And it's just a truck of wrestling ring parts, and be like, dude, what the fuck? Is this? Yeah.
It's a 2-man assembly job from IKEA. Let's do it.
I've
IKEA
assembled a
should
ring
sell
with one
wrestling
person.
rings.
You say what?
What would you?
I said IKEA should sell wrestling rings.
They should.
What would IKEA call them though? Because they'd have to have some like dumbass Swedish name.
Okay, Clump.
Fork Slam.
I think the other thing about it that let me... Oh my god, where'd it go?
Uh-oh. He
The
fumbled.
other, like, there was one other thing in there that I was like, oh yeah, definitely a work. I thought Cole
one of the
Push the
bigger
Dude was
things
good,
too-
but
Yeah. One of the bigger things to me, too, is how many times Cole mentioned his family. Where he's
that
like,
annoyed
"I'm
the
here
hell
to
out of
support
me.
my family." Yeah, I'm here to...
Yeah, I was like,
Oh,
your
I'm sorry, I'm
girlfriend?
on family mode. You know, I'm doing this, family. And, you know, I don't know where Adam Cole lives, but I doubt it's Indianapolis.
Yeah. Oh, and the other thing about it that was really, yeah, that's true. He's probably not in Indianapolis. I thought he was a Florida or Southern California, but the whole thing, the whole video was just a promo. It was just telling a story of here's kind of a jock bully in Pat McAfee. He's an asshole who pushes your buttons but plays the nice guy. What did I say that's not true? What did I... That got off the rails. You know what I mean? Like, did I say anything that was, like, not true or mean? Like, all that petty shit. And very smart. Very smart to be so bad and small and so smart. Good business. Like, petty prodding kind of stuff. And rubbing the face of Adam Cole in his own failures and in his own criticisms that he gets. And I'm sure would be, quote, self-conscious of otherwise. And then Adam Cole playing into the character who just lost his title after holding it forever and now being lost and frustrated. Yeah, 400 and however many days. But now being...
15 times.
Yeah. Now being lost and frustrated with that and having to live with that and then being highlighted his things he's most insecure about, which I thought was the whole story, and the whole thing is now Adam Cole can show up wherever and be that frustrated, push to his limit wrestler, right? Like, that's the whole thing.
Well, another thing is, and Pat mentioned it when he was like, hey, if you don't know, this is Adam Cole, and I think, it might just be, hey, let's target, a new audience. NXT's constantly going against AEW. Hey, let's show them that they're legit, And the other thing I was going to say real quick is that before I realized it was a work, I was like, this is beautiful. This is everything we've said on our show about Adam Cole.
Yeah.
This is Pat McAfee voicing Wrestling on the Rocks.
Yeah, he's listening. Pat McAfee's watching, and we're Pat McAfee guys for sure.
Yeah, he's taking notes. I'm buying a Pat McAfee jersey.
Yeah.
Maybe not, but...
It's going to be sleeveless.
Yeah, of course.
People are going to watch the show and be like, these guys hate Nick Aldis and love Pat McAfee. What the fuck are they doing?
These guys.
And are indifferent to Adam Cole.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we hate Adam Cole. Almost as much as CM Punk.
True. I actually, when I saw it and there was a moment I thought it was real, I was like, please, McAfee, get up and lay him out. Please.
Just one punch and he's done.
Yeah. Just glass jaw. Was there anything else you guys wanted to talk about that's going on in the wrestling world? It's not the shows themselves?
I don't think so.
So we can run through it. I don't think there was a ton. We talked about it a little bit before we got on the air. I thought it was a pretty solid week of wrestling in general. It was kind of baseline.
Hey, Kev, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cool. I can't hear Marsh.
Yeah.
You can hear Marsh. Can you guys hear us?
I can hear both of you guys.
Oh, Koro says the Glow wrestler passed away.
Look it up.
Okay.
Kev, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Kev can hear me. Clump can't hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you too.
Oh, okay, that's
can he
interesting.
Hear me?
Yeah, I can hear all of you guys. Audio does not seem to have changed at all.
Oh. Well, with that, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
That's
Okay.
great.
Wow.
Give
Too
me
much coffee.
3. Yep.
Go.
Did the stream
Colin
freeze
woke
for
up.
you?
I mean,
Give me-
it looks a
tell
little
Emma,
frozen
give me a
there,
minute.
but it looks choppy.
Yeah, it still says that we're live. So Sally, the farmer's daughter, has passed away from cancer.
Oh, Sally the farmer's daughter from Glow passed away. This is the real Glow, not the Netflix Glow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Kevlar, you still with me?
Sad.
Yeah. I was just
Yeah,
reading.
Kevlar's still here. Sorry.
All right.
Tears in our beer.
Tears in our beers for
Yeah.
Sally the farmer.
Oh, 55.
55 from cancer.
No,
It's a bummer.
that's so. I mean, I say it's so young,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah. That's
Dorkshop
sad.
says our video's super choppy right now, but the audio is live, so we'll keep rolling with it because the audio is the thing. Video looks like it's coming back. We'll have to look at that later as far as a thing for the video playback, but for podcast, still good.
Yeah, she had some appearances on Married with Children, Mad TV.
You guys-
Hello?
Kevlar,
Kevlar?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
what were you asking?
No, I just said our audience doesn't want to see us.
Yeah, they don't need to see us
got-
full force.
Yeah, we got faces for radio.
Yeah.
But yeah, so tears in our beers.
Yep. Let's see. You said you didn't have anything to talk about as far as NXT went, right? So maybe we should start with it.
I just didn't write anything down. But definitely one of my pluses or tops was I love that Keith Lee relinquished the North American title.
That's true. That was something we talked about. What are they going to do, and how much you hate when they hold on to both titles. Yeah, I was wondering what they were going to do with it too. How do you lose it? Are they going to relinquish it? What do you think about them doing fucking 5 weeks of triple threats to get to a ladder match?
I mean, I think they're, once again, just trying to draw viewership. Like, hey, every week we're going to have at least one triple threat, and, it's going to culminate into this ladder match, and I'm okay with it. And that's the other thing that I like NXT, where the other brands don't have it, is I like that Regal's a general manager.
Yeah.
And he's putting, hey, I'm going to make this because of this. I'm doing this. And, we had a random Stephanie McMahon, Skype video or whatever you want to call it, facing with Sasha Banks and Bayley. You're not the champion. You have to face, we need, I like the general managers. I like that they, come in, make matches, and go. The last couple shows, especially during the Bayley and Sasha matches, feels like lawlessness. Just, hey, hey, Alexa, you fight Nikki, because I said so. And it's like, where's the general manager? We need a general manager in these moments right now.
Yeah. 100%. I've always thought that I always like the authority type figures where it's all like, hey, we're going to settle this way and I'm going to make the decision, where it does. I never like it. And we've seen it ever since they got rid of Corbin and Paige and Shane as authority figures, and even Alexa Bliss when she was in charge of the Raw Women's division and all of that. We see a lot of wrestlers now say, oh, you do this match, and then it gets approved somehow. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And even with Regal, he's on Zoom or whatever, and, he says it.
Yeah.
And it's like, cool. Like, if Stephanie McMahon did that every week, hey, Bayley, you can make the rules, this is going to happen. And I don't mean to jump through show to show, but I'm just saying what I like about NXT. Regal's there. And...
we're staying on NXT.
Yeah.
That's our show now that we're talking about.
Yeah, well, I jumped from Sasha and Bayley doing this, doing that. And...
Yeah.
I can hear Marcia.
Okay, good.
Awesome.
Christ.
Hey, what's going on?
We're doing well.
Like a bull in a china shop.
Hey, I'm doing great. I feel less full, more comfortable.
Good. What do you think about Keith Lee relinquishing the North American title?
I think it's good. I think we've seen a lot of double champions, and I think I like him doing it. And it builds up some story for people to go for that title. I like the way he cut the promo. Like, yeah, I'm gonna relinquish it for this reason. Like, it makes sense to me. I don't think he needs both belts. I think he's done a lot to establish himself as, one hell of a powerhouse.
It does remind me a little bit of Stone Cold when he won the Intercontinental title off The Rock and ends up just throwing it to The Rock, saying, you can have this, I've got bigger things on my mind, and then just went for the world title. Like, he didn't already even have it. He just threw it at The Rock and said, you can have this. I don't want it. And he just gives it away. It felt a little bit like that, but slightly different, obviously, because he'd already had the other one. He goes, oh, I like this one more than that one, so I'm going to probably hold on to this one. It was like a little bit weird in that regard, but I'm glad they got rid of it. Dork Shop says it is overbooked to have all those triple threats, but it could work if done well. I agree. To me, it feels super overbooked. I've never thought triple threats were like ever the best match of the night. I've always felt like they were a little sloppy one way or the other. So I don't know if I'm excited about a shitload of triple threat matches, but I guess it does highlight more people leading into it than it would if it was just a straight up tournament. And I don't think I ended up liking the round robin tournament like I thought I was going to like it for the Cruiserweight title. When I was like, oh, it's going to be a bunch of 3 matches and this and that. Like, it's going to be really cool seeing a bunch of different pairings. I was pretty tired of it pretty quick. I was like, just get to the final match.
It was a little confusing
Yeah. Plus, it led to a triple threat. So.
Yeah. But the other thing is, speaking of the triple threats, is Bronson Reed won, which
That's on my top 5. Bronson Reed
Yeah.
winning.
Yep.
yeah, I like that a lot, and it was great because SmackDown had their moment too, but it was great because it was unexpected. You saw the triple threat, you saw the 3 guys, and one of these two is gonna win it. That guy's not, and that guy won it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. That was the guy. I mean, it's super cool, dude. Really excited for that, and I thought he looked great. I'm starting to get real tired of Gargano.
Oh, sorry. Before we move on, real quick, can we all just take a minute to think about Bronson Reed's promo? He is so much better on the mic than I feel like a lot of people in NXT.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I personally think he's better on the mic than Keith Lee, and I'm a big Keith Lee fan. So I was really surprised at that because I felt like I hadn't really seen a lot of. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I just hadn't seen as many Bronson Reed promos, but I was really surprised, pleasantly surprised. I was like, oh wow, I could actually see this guy with the title.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone else
The-
thought he
What'd you
made a good promo, but
The NXT title or the North American title?
Either.
yeah,
He could get there,
I see him as a champ.
Yeah. I agree with that. I see Bronson Reed getting to that level. I think he has. I think he's a fantastic talker. I think that I'll agree with producer. I love Keith Lee, and I'm not knocking Keith Lee when I say this. I think Bronson Reed is a better promo. I think Bronson Reed is a better talker. I think Keith Lee is more athletic. I think this time maybe Bronson Reed has had the best opportunity and taken it to be at this higher level, and he's owned it. I think Bronson Reed, he's in my top 5 for the week, and for not necessarily him winning it, but just what he did here and everything about him. It was a great surprise to see him win it, but I think he has been just a fantastic performer of late, and it's great to see that really showing up,
Yeah, 100%. I even thought Bronson Reed was the best one in that match. When you go into it not thinking he's going to be, I felt like I thought him and Roderick Strong were absolutely incredible in carrying that match the way that they did. I felt like Gargano was just being fucking weird in the whole thing. He works. The problem with I think Gargano is he clearly works incredibly hard, but he's not working so hard that you can't tell that he's working very hard. You know what I mean? Ricochet comes off supernatural and everything he does, and you have to imagine that guy must work incredibly hard to look so natural. Where with Gargano, you go, oh, look at him run over there, look at him run over here. Oh, he got knocked down, and now he's crawling, trying to avoid the camera. You see everything he's doing. Nothing looks natural.
Yeah, it does feel like that. And I love Gargano. I truly do. I feel like his character, when it's in that, we acknowledge your job is to work hard. It's good, but I don't know if it's him or if it's what he's trying to accomplish here, but it's now become apparent hey, what I do is work hard. Okay, well, what else can you do? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Can you do more than work hard? Can you, be secure in your footing?
Yeah.
Can you, and maybe that's not it. And, there's a point where the story of the person who's struggling to be at the top of their game and isn't there, it gets boring. I was initially, when this match was announced, I actually was like, oh, okay. Because I saw it being well, maybe Roderick's going to get his chance, but I find Roderick such a boring character. They try, but I feel like he struggles a lot to be on the mic, to just be there. And he's talented, but I just find him boring. So I was like, well, okay, so we're going to have Keith Lee versus Gargano, obviously, for this, or the Undisputed Era is going to break up as Roderick Strong is going to go for it, and we're going to now have him as the leader, and then Adam Cole's going to go to the main roster as the solo. Okay. And then I saw this, I was like, oh, sweet, this works. I'm happy with this. Go with this.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see where it goes. And then next week, they have Balor, Loomis, and... oh, shit, who's the third one? Someone else who you would expect would probably win. They really stacked this week coming up.
Cross?
No.
It's not Cross, because he's going for the world title, which I thought Cross did good. I mean, Dijakovic's... what? Thatcher?
Yeah.
Thatcher,
Yeah,
Loomis, and Balor.
Yeah.
Like, that's a tough one to call.
Yeah. It really is.
Yeah. I don't know. Once again, I think, if we're throwing predictions out there real quick, I think throw it on Balor. You put him down in NXT. You thought, hey, they're going to throw the belt on him. He's going to be the face of the company. And they haven't. And I think he needs a push. As bad as it sounds, like Finn Balor needs a push. Like,
I don't know, though. Because I could see Balor going to the world title at any point, and that could be a great match with him and Keith Lee.
I do. I think Finn Balor is very stale right now.
Yeah, but even his video this week was, like, outstanding. He's outshining everyone down there. I don't know if he's down there just to be a coach or if he's down there because they want to revitalize his career. I don't know.
Whereas I feel like Bronson Reed, like, if we're going to make the U.S. title be the secondary title on this brand, and it does have a lot of weight and it does elevate people, it's an important title. Damn, would that look cool having Bronson Reed have it,
Yeah.
Like,
that'd be cool. And I think that if you get Loomis and or even like Thatcher and maybe Loomis and Balor like out of it, like have them in some sort of thing that costs one or the other one the win, that you can go into a cool promo without titles with two very character driven people,
That's exactly what I was thinking with that too. Is I think whoever wins, the other two are going to have a storyline.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all those names are too big to just let that be the end of where they're going with that for a bit. Real quick before we move on to NXT, is there anything else you guys want to talk about NXT?
Yeah, just real quick. One of the things that might kind of be on my bottom 5 this week was Cross and Dijakovic.
Because Dijakovic's jobber to all of NXT right now? He's a new Cassiusona?
Yep.
Well, no. I like Dijakovic. The reason why it's on my bottom is I thought Cross was this huge monster that, was the next big thing, kind of.
Yeah.
And he stands next to Dijakovic, and I'm like, Dijakovic is bigger than you. Not only taller, but he's
big, though.
He is, and I like Dijakovic a lot. But, like, he stood next to him, and I'm like, he looks bigger than you. He's obviously taller than you.
Yeah.
I thought Cross was like this beast, like Brock, when he first came on, where it's like, holy shit, this is a mountain of a man. And
Well, it's because he was next to Adam Cole.
well, exactly. And that wasn't the case, and I was like, damn, this is kind of on my bottom, because I always had Cross as this huge monster, and he's big, but he's not like bigger than everyone.
But isn't that a sign of really good booking, making him seem like a big bad motherfucker, and then now here he is, and a guy who is much bigger than him, and he still beats the shit out of him? Like, you get both the idea of like, hey, he's not a small guy, but he's also a mean guy on top of it.
Yeah, no, the booking's great. I'm just saying, purely on stature, I was like, okay, he's not this huge monster that I thought he was.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, like, I did you okay? Yeah, it does feel weird with what they're doing with like Dijakovic. To me, it just feels kind of wasted. But he doesn't do a bad. He's a great worker, and I feel like, well, he's a worker now.
Yeah.
Your job.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just like the new Ono that way. Was there anything else about NXT you wanted to bring up, Club?
Did you guys talk about Shotzi Blackheart and the Mercedes Martinez thing?
No, what do you think about that?
That's my bottom.
Mar-
Mercedes Martinez. I'm happy to see Mercedes Martinez come back. That's awesome. I don't want Mercedes Martinez attached to this Robert Stone brand bullshit. I'm so fucking tired of the Robert Stone brand stuff. Um, in a lot of ways, and in big part because again, like this is the sober person talking. I fucking get really tired of the drunk played out gimmick, and I feel like this stupid Robert Stone thing is just infecting NXT, and I'm kind of tired of it. I'm more than tired of it.
Yeah, I'm really over Robert Stone. I don't think that his character is good for anyone. I don't disagree with the idea of Martinez wanting to have a manager to pay attention to all the business side of wrestling. That's kind of what managers used to really do, which was like, hey, you get me the big matches and I'm going to get it done in the ring. Like that was always the thing. That's Paul Heyman's thing even. But I'm so not behind the Robert Stone character, and I so desperately would be excited if it just disappeared, that it doesn't, for me, elevate Martinez at all.
100%. I feel like Mercedes Martinez could be like the new alpha heel for the women's division for NXT, like the Shayna Baszler.
Yeah.
I don't think this is the way to build her at all.
Yeah.
Like I'm just like, okay, whatever. And I feel like it's they could have just come out and beat, like, would it be impactful for them to go out and just kick the shit out of everyone? And say, I don't need this. Like I'm just tired of your shit too. That would have been cool as hell.
Maybe. I don't think it's a bad idea to give them a manager who takes care of the business stuff. I just don't think that Robert Stone is a manager I'm interested in seeing on any level. He's not funny or clever or even seems smart. His wearing a cast because of a toy car hitting him, I think is not funny or endearing in any level. It comes off as stupid and cartoonish at best. So yeah, I think that Martinez wanting a manager makes a ton of sense and is cool, adds a level to her character. I think that Robert Stone being the only one available is just garbage. I mean, if she'd gone to Bivens, that would make more sense to me, because he's more of a, I think I'm charming, I think I'm a player, where Robert Stone is constantly, I think I'm funny, I'm trying to be a cartoon, everybody please laugh at what I'm doing, I think I'm an entertainer. You know what I mean?
Montez Ford.
Kind of Montez Ford-like.
Yeah. I mean, just kind of, I'm really done with it. I mean, I was really done with it when it was the drunk dude throwing up, because that's a played out dumb thing to me, period,
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe it's just me where I'm like, yeah, maybe that dude needs help rather than being made fun of for it.
Yeah, and it also didn't seem legit either. It seemed like a cartoon. Oh, I'm gonna dishevel myself and have a drink next to me so people think, like, it seemed like a childish, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anything else in NXT on either one of your guys' lists?
Nope.
That was, yeah. I mean, yeah. Also, Dexter Loomis and Killian Dane is a bottom. It was an okay match, but it's a weird, silly setup to get here that we couldn't have done in a different way.
I don't even remember where they're going with it, other than I think Loomis won, and I still don't care about that character at all.
Yeah, and it came out of Dexter Loomis doing a drawing of Killian Dane, because Killian Dane got things spilled on him with that Shotzi Blackheart, Robert Stone brand thing.
Yeah, they keep doing the drawings and stuff, and I don't think that that's a part of his character that makes sense to me.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know, man. Like, part of me feels like, in just his look, it's like, I feel like at some point this might have, as a heel, been like a political thing, just because his weird ass look. Because I always just like look at him like, this is a uncomfortable looking amount of character,
Yeah.
But I'm just kind of, I don't care. And Killian Dane's a great worker, so I feel like Killian Dane, Damian Priest, and that little English fellow, and the weird redneck guy that was popping tires for popping Damian Priest tires, They just keep being thrown around each other. And yeah, they're good matches, but why can't we see them versus other people? Why can't we see one of them versus like a Bronson Reed, or them versus one of these other people that, you know, did a good match, and either elevate them or elevate the other person? Oh, awesome. Conan Reeves is doing a match with Killian Dane. That's cool. We haven't seen him in a while, because we know there's a lot of NXT talent down there. They're down there and they live in Florida. Do things, you know?
Yeah, no, to me it was so uneventful. It didn't end up on my list in either way.
Yeah.
It was just another match on the card.
Hold on,
Cool.
folks. I gotta step away for a sec.
Oh, god damn it. Let's see. That brings us to AEW. 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 Let's start with the bottom, because there's a lot of good stuff to talk about. I felt like.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk about the Bucks versus the Butcher and the Baker and the Candlestick Maker.
Yeah.
That I thought was absolute trash.
Yeah.
Everything about it didn't make any sense. Even the moment that they walk back there and find them in the kitchen, the Bucks find the Butcher and the Blade cutting meat in an arena's kitchen that's shut down due to COVID. Like,
Yeah.
even JR went, they're in the kitchen? And then Excalibur goes, well, that's the Butcher. And JR just goes, I get it. Like, it was his way of being like, it's not that I don't understand it, it's that it's stupid. Like, even JR said it.
I feel like, and I agree with you, this is the bottom for me. I feel like in doing this, you have these two characters that you've created, in the Butcher and Blade, they're meant to be scary and intimidating, and they have that look. Why are we then focusing on the comedy side? I get that,
because it's the Young Bucks. The Young Bucks don't know how to do actual wrestling.
Yes, and maybe you could do this. You could go a step further away from the silly to the scary, and have have the Young Bucks go to a weird, out of the way, vacant facility that had like a weird meat packing factory that's out of business. That this is where they are, and they're still making meat that they sell on the black market. You know, something there. Have it more of a horror show. Bring in somebody to make it look a little bit more like Saw. You get me? You know?
Yeah, but the problem is the Young Bucks know everything. They think that they're brilliant. They can walk into any room and say, oh, we'll make this work. We'll get it over. They've got nothing to learn from anybody, so they don't have to think outside of the box. They just have to do the same dumb shit they always do, just in a different room.
Yeah. And it was the same silly match. And also, we could have made, if we're going to do this and have these out of sorts matches with all their cameras, dude, take a hint from WWE. Make it something interesting. You can do that. We've seen it done, and you've done it before with other people. You have talent when it comes to your video production. You know, why aren't we using it on your weekly show? Why is it only appearing in the, promos for Cody or his brother? You know, do more. Show me stuff.
Are we frozen? All right, my app is frozen.
Oh, shit.
It's all right. It's probably me. I don't think anything else looks frozen. Kevlar's back. Yeah, take a hint from somebody else, but the thing is, I don't think the Young Bucks have anything to learn from anybody else if you ask them. And I think that's why we get the same kind of stuff that we keep getting from them. Did you want to read what was being said in the chat there? Or was there anything new there?
Oh.
I had to shut my app, so I lost it.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure. So,
Good.
Go ahead, producer.
so Dorkchop was saying Blade hurt himself on that missed dive on the table outside spot.
Yeah, that
And
was
Matt
wild.
and Nick hurt themselves on the dives from the entrance tubes to the tables as well, and you hate to see that.
I want to say, yeah, that sucks, but they do that stuff and they don't look prepared. They never seem like they're... to me, it's just like a kid jumping off the roof into the pool at this point. I don't feel bad when they get hurt. I'm surprised they're not hurt more often, because they don't look to me like they're doing stuff safely or with care or with intentionality. It looks like they just are overly confident, too confident. We've been saying since the first time we saw them, shit, some of these guys are going to get really bad hurt because none of them are telling each other to slow down or anything, you know? So I want to say, yeah, that sucks. And to a degree it sucks, but also to a huge degree with those guys, it's to be expected. Surprised it didn't happen before.
Dork Chop says
Well, and
not
with
worth it
this,
for a
you-
match like this with a minor amount of build too.
Yeah, everything they do is not worth it.
Stop! Don't
Get
be
to a
mean.
fucking pay-per-view.
No.
No, well, that's what I mean. Like, they do this shit all the time on stuff where you're like, why? You know,
Well,
what do you...
I agree with Marsh here. I like the Young Bucks a lot. This is a situation like, guys, you have the ability to pre-tape. You have the ability to cut and edit. Do things. Make it better.
Yeah, and if you have these really cool ideas for badass shit like jumping off the entrance tubes, don't do it right now. Like Chop said, you save it for a blow-off. You know, like...
You need a big
go
moment.
there. Yeah, make it a moment and not just a fucking dynamite match against a team that seems to be largely shitty anyways, who shouldn't be booked to be shitty, but they're some of the most realistic looking dudes they have, and they've booked them into being weak. I mean, they stole FTR's truck, and then the Young Bucks walk by and just snatch the keys and kick them and go, oh, were you looking for these? Oh, is this what you wanted? Because they're fucking superheroes and everyone else around them is a fucking dipshit. So, yeah, maybe wait till you're not against a match against someone who you've painted out to be a dipshit. Now you're the dipshit. That's my take on it.
Good.
I was just gonna say, one of my big takeaways from this was the beginning of the match. At the very beginning, they dragged the cameraman, hey, we're gonna go find the fight. It's starting now. Butcher and Blade are in the back with knives and cleavers and stuff like that. And, they walk up and they're like, all right, you ready? Let's go. We're going to do this. And it's like, dude, they got knives. You can't be stupid.
Then they wash their hands.
Yeah. Hold on, let me wash my hands first.
Yeah, they wash their hands.
Safety
I mentioned
first.
it while you were away. JR sounded absolutely fed up. He goes, oh my God, they're in the kitchen.
Yeah.
He's all like, they're in the kitchen? And Excalibur's all, because he's the butcher. And I get it.
Two on the nose. Right?
Well, and
Yeah.
I feel
it's just a little on the nose, kid.
like
Dork.
the Young Bucks. Good.
Just a real quick comment in the chat. For anybody listening on the podcast, we do go live every week on twitch.com/wrestling on the rocks. You can find all of us at wrestlingonrocks.com. Be part
Twitch.tv.
of the chat. What?
Twitch.tv.
Yeah, sure. All of the Twitch dots.
Yep.
Yeah.
That one.
Dorkchop says Butcher just hacks Nick's arm off out of nowhere, which would be a good place to start the match if you ask me.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Clump.
They hit that match all of a sudden.
Yeah.
What I was gonna say, so I think Cody has taken the reins to try and do the most with storytelling, and to some success. His promos he builds people fairly well. Kenny's tried it and it's not gone well, but he's tried things like with Hangman Page.
Yeah.
The Bucks seem so stuck in a very specific role, and I feel like to the casual fans, it's the most level of fan service, and yeah, I think I need more. I'm at the point where I need to see you do more, dudes. This is so boring, and I think you can do so much more.
They walk in every week like it's PWG, but it's not.
Mm-hmm. That works in PWG when it's in part a freer, more expressive level of wrestling, and a lot of times it's meant to be a highlight reel into pop crowds because we're doing shows with a limited story budget. Yeah, go for it. That kind of works in Ring of Honor. It's a smaller, really fine, hyper into this crowd that looks at your YouTube stuff. Yeah, it works in NJPW where the crowd doesn't really speak your language. And I'm not saying it to be shitty, but here you are on such a big national audience, and you're building this where tag teams are supposed to be as important as the main or as the singles competitors. Do more.
Yeah, they're confusing the idea that it almost as if they think, oh, the only reason PWG isn't selling out Madison Square Garden is just because they don't have the eyes on it. But if everyone was watching, everyone would be this way. No, PWG is bringing in the exact amount of people in that area that it can bring in. You know what I mean? Everyone is quite aware of it who would be otherwise a fan of it. So when they present it like this on this national level, they've got this attitude like, oh yeah, everything we do is amazing and perfect, and the crowd goes wild. And you're like, okay, there's a lot of not crowd there though. Dorkchop says he did like the promo, the vignette that they did with the butchers back right after they debuted, but having them hacking at meat in the arena kitchen is a bit much. However, I do like Butcher with that rubber apron as part of his look. Makes him seem more like a slasher movie villain. Yeah, I didn't have a problem with how he looked or anything. And I didn't have a problem with the vignettes where they like find them in the butcher shop and stuff. But this was silly to see it this way. And overall, the match I didn't think made any sense. It came off incredibly fake and phony. They're throwing each other, like themselves, into things. Both teams are doing cartoonishly dumb things that would never hurt a person, and then doing outrageously crazy things that would kill a person. And neither thing seems to have that much of an effect on either of them. So it's like, this match I felt was completely unnecessary. And I just wish the Bucks would listen to people, because my understanding is there's a lot of direction given to them that they go, trust me, I've got this. Young Bucks beat up the caterers, he says. But that's what I had to think about the Bucks and the Butcher. Was there other things in the show you guys wanted to talk about? I had two things written down about the show outside of that.
Yes, I have a top, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be a shared top with you.
Yep.
My top is Eddie Kingston. Eddie Kingston coming out. Yeah,
Totally.
His promo was fucking amazing. His
Fire!
intensity was amazing. And his match, Eddie Kingston's a brawler, but he did a single leg takedown on Cody that I hadn't seen other people do, and the way he did it, it made sense for him, unlike a lot of people. Like, if I saw Eddie Kingston doing arm drags, and he did like a flipping arm drag, I'd be kind of weird. But seeing him grab somebody's leg and just kick him over, I was like, that makes sense. That's what somebody who's, I'm gonna fuck you up and kick your ass does. He doesn't kick him or swing him. He doesn't do like a chop block to the knee. He grabs your leg and knocks you down, and then starts beating on you. I was like, fuck yes. Eddie Kingston cut an amazing promo, looked good, and I hope we see more of him, because he also didn't look bad at the end of this. He looked like, he looked like he pushed, and I just want to see more of these guys doing more work,
Yeah,
and I like commentary too, talking about him.
Yeah. I think that I don't even care where Eddie Kingston goes. I want him to have a big money contract. As much as I think Eddie Kingston is absolutely incredible, and I think he is, I don't think I can think of anybody who even comes close, the single most believable wrestler in wrestling. Even if he got a huge contract at NXT and got to just sit back and relax for a few years, the guy's been doing this for so long. I just want him to be able to retire without debt and owning property and shit. You know what I mean? Like, even if I don't get to see him anymore, I just want to know that he was taken care of. He's so good and so real that all I want for him to be taken care of. If I get more Kingston content, all the better. His content is unbelievable and unmatched. I want endless Kingston content. However, if I knew that I didn't get any more content, but he's taken care of, I'm happy. You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely. And I think he plays this role. It could be a compelling face, and I think it'd be a very real one to see. Like imagine Kingston in a company, and they say that, yeah, we're going to keep you on here and going to give you a contract. Imagine him getting that Drake Maverick moment. Imagine him coming out and being like, nah, like I could see so many angles where if you had a Kingston where it's, imagine an Invasion storyline, from 2001, and you have an Eddie Kingston who, he was a great performer. He was just seen as this amazing guy at ECW or WCW, and you give him a contract, and now he's fighting for you.
Yeah, I was even thinking, if you were to simplify it and not say, what if you booked him 20 years ago, but instead say, what if, imagine a Kingston match where Kingston is just a straight up street fighter against a Timothy Thatcher. You know what I mean? Like a guy who's a legit technical catch wrestler versus a dude who just is there to beat the shit out of you and dig down deep to do it. Or even imagine the story of an Eddie Kingston getting to a Drew McIntyre. A Drew McIntyre being a chosen one, polished, destined for this, everything leading him to this pinnacle, because this is what a Drew McIntyre does. And you have a Kingston there who's saying that I'm not destined for this, but I need that. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, I think that it would be incredibly powerful. Dorkchop says in the chat, Kingston promo made my hair stand up. Never seen him before, but he was great. Fabtina says, followed him in NWA, knew it was going to be good. I got to see him live when I was at the NWA tapings, and yeah, he says stuff, and you look at the person next to you with your jaw open like, oh my God, this guy's for real. He's not the best wrestler maybe, but he's the most believable person you're going to, I think, ever find on that side of the camera.
TP Poker.
TP Poker coming through. Cheers, TP Poker, for
Cheers.
coming
Cheers. Coming in hot.
Coming in hot.
in. Kevlar, what'd you think of Eddie Kingston?
I mean, I liked it. I thought it was really good. I do want to see more. If this is his, AEW call-up or whatever you want to call it, like, that's great.
Yeah.
They did it. What was the guy's name that Cody faced a couple weeks ago, and now
Starks?
Starks.
Yeah.
Ricky Starks.
Hopefully they keep him around. I just, watching the match, and I was going to bring it up when you guys were talking about, is the knee injury a work, or was that real?
Yeah, exactly.
Because to me, it was real, and I don't know if he was selling it great, and this was awesome, or, because even after the match, and I was like, is he in character? But he almost feels like, fuck, I fucked up my moment. My knee fucking gave out. This was my shot to make to a big roster, and I was compelled. I was like, holy shit, is this real? What he's doing? Where's Kayla Braxton? She needs to go backstage. Like, give me something. Come on, AEW. I don't know
100%.
the dude's name that works backstage, but
Yeah. Nobody knows who works backstage there. It's kind of a big guarded secret.
Yeah. Kenny, come on, Kenny.
But yeah, I think 100% the story was that here he was taking his moment, shutting down the legends and shutting down the promised son, and saying that you guys don't get to tell me how my career is going to go, and I've had just about enough of all this, and I'm here to fight my way through this. And also saying, I can't out wrestle you, Cody. Like, he didn't say it, but he said, I want a no disqualification match, because he knew the whole match was, I'm not going to be able to out wrestle him, but I can sure beat the shit out of him.
Yeah,
and when he took that fall and he hit his knee, he had that look like, I can't fuck him up with a bad knee, and he kept working the knee. Like, the knee was what made him, and then the figure four on the hurt knee, 100%. I don't think the knee was absolutely a work, and it was so believable that it's like, if you were to tell me, no, he really hurt his knee, I'd be like, I knew it.
Yeah.
What are you looking up, Plum?
What? I'm looking over the results and stuff of the show.
Nice. Let's see. Dorchop says, Starks was in in that beatdown. He engaged it on Darby, so I'm sure he'll be around more. Hope so. I liked him too. Yeah. Did you guys get a chance to see the after the match interview that they did?
No.
Oh, I'm gonna send that to you guys. You should have seen it, and I fucked up by not sending it to you. They posted it on their Twitter, as they do everything else. This time without a low battery warning, so stepping it up. And
Nice.
It was a really
to
good.
episode 2.
Yeah, they made it to episode 2. Probably we have not. He did a whole promo about how he doesn't know if he's gonna be able to come back, and then at some point he's all like, I've got to and stuff. And the whole time he's working his knee, he gets really emotional. They ask him about how he did, and he goes like, "Fuck, I fucked up." He goes, you don't fail. You find learning opportunities and shit. It was just really amazing, and he was still working the knee and the whole thing, and he's the most legitimate guy in all of wrestling. There's nothing he says that you don't believe 100%. He says, I'm going to stab you with a screwdriver, and he pulls out a screwdriver with tape on it, and you go, they would have to stop him, right? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, I get New Jack vibes from Eddie Kingston, but not from a you don't know what the fuck he's gonna do, but in a you believe this is the actual he's stabbing him. He's gonna stab that guy. You know what I mean? Like he comes off that authentic that every strike, everything.
Yeah. No, I thought, yeah.
The match was perfect.
Yeah.
It was. It was great, and after seeing this match, I was like, once again, going back to pettiness, this is AEW's Extreme Rules.
Yeah. Yeah, we need an Extreme Rules match real quick. So they had that and the Young Bucks.
Yeah, and I was like, they're trying to show, hey, you have a pay-per-view of Extreme Rules. We're going to do it, and we're going to do it better. And
In one match.
I was going to say, on certain aspects, yeah. You know, Cody took some bumps that you wouldn't expect, you know, the face of a company to take, the tax, everything like that. And,
yeah, powerbomb into the tax was sick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the first promo I ever saw of Eddie Kingston doing NWA, I was like, this guy's a bit much. He's not standing on his mark because he kept like walking in and out of focus and stuff. And I was like, he's trying too hard. And then by the second promo, I was all like, oh wait, no, he knows where the mark is, but he's too in it to care where the mark is. You know. I was thinking of it like strictly from like a production standpoint. I'd be so pissed if my talent's walking around and not staying in the shot, but you got a guy who's so worked up, he's pacing and stuff. You're like, oh shit.
Yeah, you got to work with the guy, and I think that's like here if they work with him. So yeah, you got to work with him to make it work. Like you use the guy.
Yeah.
You got this monster. Use him.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, there's no flaws in the Eddie Kingston game in my book.
I do have next one. Let's let
Go ahead.
Kev get one in because
Yeah, Kev, you got something on AEW?
I was just gonna say that I like Hangman, that he went out there in ostrich boots.
Yeah.
That's, you know.
Yeah, he looked good.
It was funny because when he walked out and I saw the boots, I was like, holy shit, those are ostrich boots. And that's like a big thing in the cowboy community.
Yeah.
And he even, turned to the camera and he like brushed him off and he's like, yeah, they're ostrich. And I was like, all right, I see you. I noticed it. They're like, ostrich boots are kind of like the Air Jordan of cowboy boots, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah,
That
way more
was
so than
the
those
thing.
cactus boots.
Yeah, that was the only thing that I was like, all right, that's cool.
The only thing he did that I kind of was like, come on. But it was also funny at the same time was when he pulled down his bandana and there was a mask underneath it. Like,
Yeah.
it was funny. But at the same time, I was like, I wish so many people in this company weren't concerned about being a GIF. But they're kind of an internet-based company, so it makes sense. I wasn't that pissed off for very long.
It was okay. I think so. I liked so much what Hangman did there, and I like the Hangman FTR connection. I'm okay even with the they're finally going back to the split of Hangman and Kenny.
Yep.
Which I'm okay with because it felt like a neat area to go. I feel like they gave up on the kind of questions about like his sobriety thing, which I'm in the middle on. Like this is in the worst way of doing it. However, I really did like the Dark Order part. I was for a second like, oh right, you guys work here. Like it felt so weird. And like, I don't know if they were needed for this. I don't know if, we needed Dark Order. It could have just happened in another way. Like, anyone could have beat his ass and then have FTR come out,
Oh, yeah, I guess.
We'll see.
Yeah, they don't have much for like groups that seem to have any kind of connection with anything though, so.
Yeah.
Well, and this was actually one of the things on my bottom is that once again with everything going on, why is the Dark Order #1 contender of the tag team?
Dude, their rankings are so flawed.
No, it's
the
100%
goofiest shit.
flawed, and I hate it. And but just looking at the tag teams that are out there, I'm like, holy shit, there's at least 10 teams better and more deserving of a shot than
Yeah.
what's his name? Dark
Yeah, no one
Ono
knows
or
their
whatever
names.
his name is. Yeah.
Dorkchap says a couple things. He said respect for Cody for taking the powerbomb into thumbtacks because no thank you. But he does say always liked Hangman. He's their biggest star in the making. But as a Texan and an AEW shill, I'm 1,000% biased. And I said again, the Dark Order thing with Hangman has been going on mostly on being the elite. But I hate, put some of that shit on TV. So yeah, so I guess there was a reason why all the Dark Order stuff was happening. They referenced AEW Dark and BTE a few times this episode, and it's like, no, I'm not going to watch your YouTube channel, guys. If your network TV is a commercial for your YouTube, you've got it all wrong.
Yeah.
Let's see, Dark Order is 7-0 in 2020, to be fair. Best record besides the champ. Oh, well. I haven't seen them in any matches, so I don't know where the record happens, but if that's the case, then sure.
Yeah, I didn't know their record, but all of a sudden they're like, hey, here they are. And, I've been watching AEW consistently for, a few weeks now, and I haven't seen one of their matches.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know where any of those matches happen. I'm assuming on AEW Dark, which I don't know why it counts, but it counts, and no one seems to know, but it helps them flub their records, I think. So it can help them push to the right storylines.
And the
I
other,
don't have anything to say about that, so go ahead.
I was just going to say the other bottom I had was the Diamante and Evilise match. I think that's how you say her name.
Okay.
Like,
I thought it was
to me,
okay, but...
It's okay, but to me, there was no interest in it. It didn't make any sense. They started talking about the women's tag tournament that they announced, which I'm like, you guys don't even have a women's division, a solidified women's division, and now you're going to bring in a tag team tournament? Not even champions, just a tournament.
Yeah, and you even just had Hikaru Ishida out there giving a title match to Nyla, because the reason being, well, we don't have very many people here, and not a lot of people can show up. Like, they said this on the thing, and she's like, so she might as well have a chance. Anyone who wants a title shot, because we don't have very many women here at all. And then the next week, they're all like, 18 women. You're like, what?
Yeah. Well, and then they're saying, you don't know who's going to be on whose team.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, they could be on the team, this and that. And speaking of this match, they're like, and, they come out in damn near matching ring gear. And they're like, oh, they used to be a tag team. And it's like, okay, to me, they're still a tag team. This is my first exposure to them. They're still a tag team. They both came out with handkerchiefs over their mouths. And, this should have been on AEW Dark.
Yeah,
I don't understand why it's on TNT.
Clearly a tryout.
Yeah, and B, it was just, hey, they might be a tag team next week when this women tournament happens.
Yeah, you never know.
To me, it was just sloppy, thrown together, and I didn't like it.
Yeah, Dorkchop agrees, says they just need to fill out the injured women's roster. So they had this awful match and booked a tag tournament. Like, what? Do they even have 8 women's tag teams? Then he said, yeah, Dark has become... let me see. Tina says, I don't know where the women's are even going to come from, and do they have that much on AEW Dark, like a ton of women? And Chop says, yeah, Dark has become way more important lately. You're going to have to start watching it again. I'm not, though. I get it. Chop's a shill, and it's obvious, and we all know he's our beloved AEW shill. But but I'm not going to start watching AEW Dark to see even more tryout matches, because the majority of those are... I mean, fuck, they're going to have FTR against the Librarians tonight? Like, fuck that. Like, I give a shit.
Yeah, Clump was our AEW shill last year, and then
then he lost that position.
Then he's slowly been.
I mean, he still likes them the most, probably.
Out of us 3, but...
I mean, I like it. It just, some things get frustrating there. And I want it to be, I don't know, man. Like, I know I'm not supposed to book a thing, and there's a lot of different interpretations and expressions of the craft of wrestling, but there's some shit that's just goofy and sad, and I'm just like, okay, you guys can do so much better. I don't like the amount of people disappearing. I don't like the um like the lack of storytelling done here. Fuck, just recap shit rapidly. Like hey, on Dark this happened, or hey, on Being the Elite this happened. WWE does that. Do more to make me aware.
Yeah, I
Because
think also that one of I think the biggest issue is that they just did not come through with all the things they promised to the people who were diehard NJPW Bullet Club fans. Like they promised so much about, not being, and they had so much fervor with all these ex WWE people coming in saying we don't want to do any of this hokey shit. We want to go back to the days of old time wrestling, and they want to do all these things. And then for them to come around and then do a whole bunch of hokey shit, you go, oh wait, that was all just press to get people to watch the first couple episodes, but it wasn't true. So it comes off a little more uphill battle than it would have been had they just say, we want to do our version of the WWE. We think that there's a big place for funny stuff. We think that there's a big place for random pairings. Like we think that wins and losses can matter. You can keep track of it. And it's important to have good wins and to be on a good run. But at the end of the day, we're a story-driven company. We would have completely different expectations on every episode. We'd go, oh yeah, this is a lot more in line with what I thought I was going to be watching.
Yeah. Well, the other thing that I was going to say real quick about the records and stuff like that that's always got on my nerves is whoever they're pushing, they always say, hey, this is their record. And it's like 8-1. And it's like, oh, and they're on a 7-win streak.
Yeah.
And it's like, I understand it. You're pushing the records. But when you're like blatant about it, where it's like, all right, this person's getting a push, they're undefeated now. Yeah. To me, that's, defeats the purpose. And the other thing I was going to say is about the women's tag cup or whatever the fuck they're calling it.
Yeah, it's true. It's kind of weird.
Is this not tailored to the Nightmare Sisters or whatever they're called?
I have a feeling it's absolutely a Brandy Rhodes project, a vanity project again. Just like her evil thing she was trying to do and then said, I'm better now. I went to therapy. I have a feeling this is exactly what that is. She's teaming up with Allie so they can win this thing, and yeah, I think it's all for her.
They're trying to give Brandy some recognition, and everyone gets a championship in AEW, which we said 2 years ago, and this is a prime example of it.
Yeah, 100%. Let's see. Dorkchap says he stopped watching Dark because it was all a bunch of squash matches. Nothing really important happened, but now he guesses things are actually rolling over into Dynamite now more, so he's going to probably start watching it. Yeah, I just think that I don't think I watch network television to watch YouTube. I think that sometimes you find YouTube clips because of what's happening on network television. And it's not, it shouldn't be the reverse for me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm more inclined to go to a WWE YouTube after I've seen stuff on the channel and say, oh, I want to catch the interview afterwards, than to go into a Dynamite and say, well, I guess I'm already behind because I didn't watch the YouTube last week. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Dorkchop watches more YouTube than TV anyways. But, I mean, I also feel like if you're going to say, oh, this all happened on YouTube, it's kind of a slap in the face of, why am I watching this now? I guess I'm behind. Whereas to say, oh, after the show, go catch stuff that's happening on our YouTube because there's things there. It just feels reversed to me. Yeah. The only other thing I had about NXT, and I mean, we got plenty of time for the other stuff, but Taz, Taz and him recruiting Ricky Starks, I'm not real thrilled with. Ricky Starks is a fantastic promo, a great personality, incredible ring work, absolute workhorse. And at this point, I don't see Taz helping Brian Cage. Why do I want to see him come out with Ricky Starks? And now the t-shirt they're pushing for Brian Cage and Ricky Starks is a shirt that says Taz's Assassins. Like, you've erased their fucking names. We don't have a new Brian Cage shirt, but we've got several fucking Taz shirts. Like, I just don't know what Taz is doing for them.
And, like, I mean, you're right. Starks is great. So is Cage. It feels absolutely unnecessary to see this, role. Put Taz with somebody who needs the help. Put Taz with fucking QT Marshall, with
Yeah.
Brandon, whatever the hell, Cutler. There's
Oh yeah.
people here who need it. Have him go with them, try and build people. Or, you know, if he's gonna be the mouthpiece for somebody, have it be somebody who needs a mouthpiece. You're saying that Cage can't do it. Cage can. I think that this is a dig at Heyman. 100%. It's Brock and Heyman.
Yeah.
Well, Taz is not a Heyman. If you're gonna do this, you need someone who can be a Heyman, and that's not Taz.
Yeah. It
You
comes
know,
off really weird.
if if Tony Khan's such an ECW mark that he's gonna do this, cool. Bring in somebody else who can do this. Like from ECW, bring in Tommy Dreamer, bring in the Sandman. There's other people who can do this. I I like Taz on commentary. I don't like Taz in this role. Taz is no longer ECW Taz, and he's not gonna get there anymore.
Yeah, I think Taz and JR in commentary is the best team they have, and
Mhm.
yeah, I think that he's out there just standing in the way of Brian Cage and Ricky Starks. To me, it looks like it's going to be a hurdle. It reminds me more than anything of when Taz was managing Samoa Joe in TNA. That lasted all of 2 weeks because they're like, "What the fuck are we doing here?" Samoa Joe does not need a Taz in the ring. Like, I mean,
Mhm.
Taz can put these guys over just as well from the commentary table. He doesn't need to be standing in front of them and taking their names off of shirts. Dorkchop does say the only thing I like about this is maybe seeing Starks and Cage do some tag matches. Other than that, I agree. I would rather see Taz back at the commentary desk.
Yeah.
And I love Taz, but every time I watch, it's like, okay, I'm waiting for the next Taz match. Then when I saw the Taz School of Assassins shirt, I was like, great. So now we can have tag teams and a bunch of people come out in their big T-shirts that say Taz on it, and Starks stops wearing a jersey that says Stark Daddy on the back. Like, why? Like, they've done so much to make their names valuable, and Starks came in with such fervor. Brian Cage came out to a huge pop because, well, I mean, internet pop, because we all thought, oh, holy shit, what's he gonna do? And we had a quiet Taz in the back coaching him. But ever since then, it's all like, no, this is weird. This is weird, and it's
Mhm.
Taz trying to make people like him.
It's
Um, but that's all I had to say on that, I think.
now also. Well, I do have one other thing for AEW I want to throw out.
Go ahead.
Um, how do y'all feel about Sammy coming back?
I forgot that happened. I thought that was very rushed.
Yes, I agree. Um, like I I think they did a lot to say that a lot too rapidly to say like Cody assured fans, hey, he'll be back. Guys, don't minimize what he did. Yeah, it's not as bad as what Jimmy Havoc did. I don't think Jimmy Havoc's coming back, but it's still fucked up, and he still ditch it. And you have to really now emphasize consequences to have actions. Um, and yeah, I don't. You've not done enough to make me think. You know what? Maybe they investigated it. I've said here. I think that maybe what they did with Matt Riddle was rushed, and it should
Yeah.
have been put on pause. But I can also, I can also think, they probably did at least some investigation work. WWE is, if nothing, they'll investigate or announce it. I don't see anything here. This would be something where you release a press release and say Sammy Guevara will be returning in the future, and say Sammy, say something like Sammy's doing this. He does, it doesn't.
They say he went to a sensitivity training while he was gone. And I'll tell you, on the internet, a lot of the AEW fans are being like, "This is the right way to do it. This is how it's done." He was off TV for an entire month. Like, yeah, it was a couple episodes.
Yes.
I didn't feel like I was missing him, and I feel like he just came back to being the Spanish sex god again. And is that the right move?
Yes.
And
Well,
it
the
also
other-
wasn't a
I think-
surprise. You could see it coming a mile away. You're like, "Is that Sammy?"
That's
And then it was
exactly
Sammy.
what I was gonna say.
Oh yeah, go ahead,
Well,
Kev.
Yeah, go ahead, dude.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. Were either of you surprised? When he jumped over and did his thing. I looked at it and I was like, "That's Sam." I'm not even an AEW guy, and I was like, "That's Sam right there."
Yeah.
I wasn't happy. I was like, oh, this quick. Because, you know,
And that's the only thing I think they did really truly wrong about it, is it was just too fast. And Dorkchop says the same thing. I was happy with the steps they took with Sammy, but I agree he was brought back too fast. I would have rather them waited another month at least. Yeah, I thought we were gonna have like 2 to 4 months without Sammy, so he can come back and say like, "Hey, I really thought about it." But this is all like, "Hey, take a couple weeks off, call a sensitivity coach, talk to Sasha on the phone, and just come right back." We'll make a huge deal of it. They should have announced his comeback.
Yes. Well, yes, exactly. What is sensitivity training too? Because I always, whenever I hear that, dude, it's a fucking joke.
Plump, you're the only one here who hasn't gone through sensitivity training. Trust me, it's good.
No, we've been through this. We worked in a place where we went through sensitivity training. It can be more so, and when I hear it, and I've had sensitivity training classes from other places. What is this? Is this a 30-minute video? Is this a person saying, "Hey, don't do this," or is this something real?
Yeah.
Because he's been quiet, and that's his right. He doesn't have to announce it. I feel like what honestly fucking happened here, and this might be cynical and bitter and shitty, but when Sasha Banks said we had a dialogue, that was everyone backstage going like, "Hey, she said something that wasn't shitty. Cool, we can put him back soon."
Yeah. Oh, she gave us the go-ahead.
Yes, and that's fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
If you're gonna go based on that, then I need more than what she said, because it didn't sound like she said much of a go ahead. She said we had a talk. Yeah.
I think she even said in there she didn't forgive him, or something.
Yes.
I don't know. It was a little bit more than that, but even with all that, I think that is. Yeah, just like Dorkchop's saying in the chat, a big surprise comeback is great when someone's coming back from an injury. I feel something like this would have been better with a press release or something.
Yeah.
100%. I don't think that he wasn't coming back because he trained real hard and got... This isn't John Cena showing up at the Royal Rumble 3 months before we expected to see him back because he trained and worked his ass off and got back early. This is a dude who said a shitty fucking thing and had to take time away, and now he's a surprise comeback. Just announce it. Sammy Guevara will be returning next week on Dynamite, and he wants to address the fans. Have him come out and say a thing. A normal thing. Have him address it on the internet or something. You know what I mean? Like, after having, addressed his things through these different sensitivity trainings and such, we feel comfortable bringing Sammy back on. He'll be back next week. Okay. Yes. But this was a surprise. Like, aha! We were waiting for this. It's like no one was waiting for this.
And also, too, like, in a sense, like, there's been a precedent of people kind of appearing after events like this, and it sounds shitty, but it's not with the same promotion. I mean, Enzo and Kaz, Enzo being part of that, yeah, he wasn't arrested for rape charges, but he suddenly appears at a Ring of Honor show.
Yeah.
That's a work. Or, Rich Swann after domestic abuse allegations and arrest. Yeah, nothing came of it, but he appears on Impact right away. What you're creating, you create a precedent where these guys can go here. I think the biggest takeaway from this should have been at least pausing that, and it clearly wasn't. And this is a company that has talked so much, and I've been a big supporter and shill for their efforts to make people feel included.
Yeah.
This didn't feel like it. This felt like a huge step back. This felt really fucking poorly done. This felt like, yeah, man, you're good. We'll bring you back soon. And it should, no.
Yeah. They should have worked him in a different way.
Sammy's suspension is ended. Sammy will be training and paid. Okay, cool. I'm okay with that. Have him off for a month and say, you know what, his suspension's ended and he's doing stuff for backstage. He's doing other things for us. I'm actually okay with that even.
That'd have been cool, yeah. If they said he's going to have at least a month in the back helping produce matches or something.
When you do this, what next? Well, the surprise return of this person, after a suspension for rape allegations? No, dude, just...
Yeah.
Honestly, man, this is... And I know that's stupid and silly and kind of offensive, but it's kind of stupid, silly, and offensive to have Sammy Guevara appear after a month for saying some pretty fucked up shit.
It made everything they do in that, and them saying all about his salary being donated to charity, made it all look like a big PR move. It didn't make it look authentic at all.
Yes, no. Why even suspend him then? Because you went really hard on some words said that when that happened, good on you, yeah. Because I could see a company, saying, yeah, it was just some words. Yeah, no. There's some that's pretty fucked up, and we're in a time where we're finally acknowledging there's some fucked up things that are said, and words have consequences. But then you do this, and you know what? No, they fucking don't. It's all just a PR move. The reason you suspended them was because you had to suspend someone else because they did some fucked up shit, and you're seeing other people get hit, and he got called on some fucked up shit.
Yeah.
It wasn't that he did anything wrong to you.
Yeah.
It's just that, well, right now we have to do this, and you're not even capable enough of saying it. You're just, well, he's back now. Yeah, look, he could. We should. I don't think we should have seen him for the remainder of the summer. I don't think we should have seen him for the remainder of the year, and we should have heard about him. Like, he's doing stuff. Just, it really truly upset me to see that he came back.
Dorchop says everyone knew why he was gone, so now even in kayfabe he's denying his punishment and makes it look even worse, in my opinion. Kevlar, what do you? Anything else you have to say on it?
No, you guys pretty much said everything. Like, just how quick they brought him back, how quick, it's basically like, when you see an NFL player or NBA player get suspended for something, and they slap him on the wrist and they're like, okay, now he's coming back to play. It's done. It's over. Mm-hmm. And it's like, it's not over. Like, there's still the underlying factor that what he did, and you guys aren't addressing it.
It's kind of remarkable that you can be this tone deaf when you do so much else, because what happens now, like, how can you not think of the long term of this? Because next, as you get blowback from people, because I'm surprised I didn't hear more about people being upset. You can't suddenly suspend them again, because then it looks fucking stupid and shitty. Then it looks disingenuous, and then you say, "Oh, well, no, you got caught. That's what it is, dudes." People.
Yeah, making it a surprise, I think, was the biggest issue. Even if he came back in a month, if they had gone on and say, "Hey, it was this many years ago. He hasn't said anything about it. He felt bad about it afterwards. We wish it wasn't even out there," but and just really drive home the idea of there was a remorse and a reform in it. But to make it a surprise reappearance seems really disingenuous and super PR move to have done anything at all.
Because of Sammy Guevara's actions and his desire to reach out to the person he upset and create dialogue and then work on himself to improve himself, we believe he is capable of returning in the ring. He will be appearing in the near future. Perfect.
Yeah.
But 100%. No, we get this. And I agree with Dorkchop there. This feels like, because it's a run-in, so the message is that he is still suspended, because you've already done that, where people coming in hidden, it could be that they're still suspended.
Yeah.
What
were you going to say, Kevlar?
I was just going to say, and actually having closure on that, having the hatchet completely buried, having Sasha say, "We're good, I'm moving past it," done.
Yeah.
It feels like if you went to court, the case is still open.
Yeah, I don't think they did enough to talk about him coming back to have it be a surprise thing. I think that was just poor showing.
Mm-hmm.
And if she says something now, and the thing is,
it's going to look bad, yeah.
It's going to look bad as hell. And then again, are you going to suspend him again? And what does that mean? What was this for?
For a week or two. Was there anything else on AEW you guys want to talk about?
Honestly, that's maybe my bad for the year. It's just such shitty taste to me.
It's true. It was a real high and a real low. I thought that match in general with Jericho and them was a bad match to begin with, and then it ended like that, and I was like, what a fucking sour way to end this. Especially considering that Eddie Kingston opened the show in what was largely the greatest moment in the entire month of wrestling, if not more.
Yeah.
It was just
AEW
fucking fire.
WWE.
I'm so excited, guys like Dorkchop, who didn't know about Eddie Kingston, just got to experience just a flash of Eddie Kingston enough to it's so cool to me. If he signs with AEW, yeah, I'd be all like, bummer. I'd like to see him with my guys, but also fucking let him do whatever he wants and pay him all the money in the world. That's all I want for that guy. He's so fucking legit. let's see. Oh, Dork Chop want to throw something out there. Dork Chop adding to the show. If you want to derail the show, jump in. Go to WrestlingRocks.com and see how you can jump into the Twitch chat. He says, real quick, just wanted to mention about AEW that I really enjoy that they are finally making MJF being undefeated more of a big deal. He was yelling about it for his whole match with Griff Garrison. Yeah, I know that I feel like it was a slow build, so it's good that they're starting to do something with it. Maybe they're going to leverage that into Moxley MJF, I guess, next. Is that where they would go with that?
I think it'd be better if he went after Cody.
For the TNT title?
Yeah.
I mean, he's
Because
defeated him before, right? Because he threw in the towel or whatnot?
yeah, well, you know, you have all these open challenges. You know, why shouldn't MJF say, hey, instead of bringing outside people and people, you know, the AEW crowd hasn't heard of, hey, I'm right here.
Yeah, Dork Chop agrees with you. Says it feels like he'll be the one to take Cody's title, keep that story going a bit. I don't know, man. I just feel like that'd be such a step. I feel like they've put Cody in such a shit position. According to what they say, he will never go for the world title. So he's got to have this TNT title, and he's got to make it look prestigious, and he's got to make it look legit. He's got to do this open. I mean, do you have him beat MJF and then just deflate MJF's undefeated streak, or do you have him keep it going and get all the way to the world title? But I don't see an MJF honestly holding the world title by any means. You know, I don't think he could go toe to toe with Moxley believably. You know what I mean? Like I don't see that, but I do see him being able to win the TNT title. But what does Cody do from there? This is the only title he's allowed to have.
Well, I don't think Cody needs a title. I think you let Cody be Cody.
Maybe. I mean, it's possible he would just be like, I don't know. I guess I just wanted more for Cody out of this whole thing. I guess I thought with AEW, you'd have world champions like Kenny and Paige and Cody and really show the world that they could be this big thing. And instead, they've gone to Intercontinental Champions of the past. Let's see. Dork Chop says Cody turns heel and takes back the stip about chasing the world title. I mean, it's not like it was official. It was self-imposed. Well, and even then, everything that the Young Bucks have said has been untrue anyways. They also said there would never be a secondary title for AEW, and that happened. And I mean, I don't know. They talk out of their ass all the time, so it's a good chance that, yeah, they said that and it won't matter in a year. But I'm ready to move on to SmackDown.
Can I throw one last thing out? I hate to circle back in.
Go ahead. We're staying on AEW.
Okay.
Circle back.
No, sorry, man.
Go ahead.
So I just put in the chat. So Sammy also posted today to his Twitter his new blogs, and like, if nothing else, if you come back after this, maybe make a blog about your growth and I'm back and all these happy positive things and referencing your comeback in AEW. Like, this isn't a story of triumph. This is a story of growth. Make it that.
Yeah, that's true. He came out pretty shitty there.
For people who are trying to make themselves better because they fucked up, it really sucks when this happens, because that's not what it's about.
Yeah.
Sorry, man. It pisses me off. It really does. Let's go to SmackDown.
It's grinding your gears.
Yeah.
Dude, I legit have been like hot. That's some bullshit.
Yeah, that YouTube video looks pretty shitty. He's just all flexing and stuff, and I'm the sex god and stuff. And you're like, okay, you've learned it all. I'm
glad this meant something to you.
Yeah, I'm glad you've learned your lesson. I don't have a lot on here about SmackDown, to be honest, personally. I do have, since we started with shitting on AEW, I'll shit on something on SmackDown. Naomi had the whole movement last week about Naomi deserves better. So they're going to bring her out and have her talk about it. And they have to put her on Miz TV. Like, Miz TV cannot get out of his own fucking way. He thinks the whole show's about him. He had to try to steal Naomi's spotlight every chance he got. He couldn't just step aside. Like, let Naomi have a fucking minute, dude. Like, the way Miz hosts those fucking TV shows, and I know it's fucking Miz TV, it's about Miz, all this stuff. Don't put her on Miz TV. Put her on fucking Truth TV. Bring back Alexa Bliss's fucking moment of bliss to talk about it. Or just have her stand in the back with fucking Charlie Caruso and talk about it. Charlie Caruso came out and interviewed Seth Rollins and Kevin Owens separately, and Becky or Shayna. Like, I mean, she's been sitting in the middle of the ring interviewing people anyhow.
Oh,
Don't give her Miz. She deserves better than that.
Dork Chop's got a
Oh.
jet, so.
Dork Chop's saying he's got to go. He says, now that my time for shilling is over and the important part of the show is over, I got to split early this week, so have a good rest of the show, gang. Cheers, everyone. See you next week.
You're missing the
cheers.
good part. You're missing
Cheers,
the
Chop.
show.
Yeah, you're missing the good stuff, dude. We're going to talk about Sasha and Bailey. You might not know what I think about them. Also, real quick, Chop, I'll send you in the chat. I'll show you the animation I did of Clump falling face first when we get a follower. Yeah, cheers to Chop. He's made our chat room so much fucking better just with all those little Nightbot shits.
Dude's a good man.
He's helped me out with Streamlabs too, so
Yeah.
that's why our stuff looks good. We got a tip jar over here now. It's pretty cool. It's a little glass and like it'll drop little titles, belts that we have and little icons of us. It's pretty good stuff. It's fun. So let's see. So yeah, I didn't think Miz TV had fucking any business.
No.
Trying to take the spotlight away from Naomi when she's talking about something that's actually really cool. Doesn't happen to a lot of people very often, but here was a huge internet movement about Naomi, which we talked about last week. In some ways I agreed, in some ways I didn't. But either way, I was happy people were talking about Naomi. And here's Miz to be like, no, it's about me. No, me.
Morrison with the hashtag. I was not feeling that.
Yeah, and Horson has that stupid fucking hashtag.
I didn't think it was even
Bella's
funny.
moment.
This is Brie Bella's moment.
Yeah, all over again with Naomi. Give the Divas a chance.
Oh, yeah.
Knock Naomi out. Like,
Yeah, kick her in the
legit knock?
face over and over again.
Knock me
Okay.
out.
And
Brie
also
Bella's
an
the
extension
Eddie
of that.
Kingston of women.
Yeah, and an extension of that, Naomi still being in this weird storyline with Lacey. It's not clicking. I'm not even saying they don't have chemistry, that it couldn't work, but how we got here is just not making sense. I don't feel passionate about Lacey being a bitch because she lost a karaoke battle. I feel passionate about Naomi trying to triumph. And is really this karaoke thing what we have to hang our hat on of us getting to the other side?
Producer here, I had tweeted out that, Naomi deserves a damn good story because in an interview recently she had said that she wanted, it's not about title. She had a title. She wants a really good story. And that's, for someone who may not be around much longer, let's give her a compelling story in a time where that's all we have. I mean, we don't have crowds. We don't have a lot of options, but we do have the ability to get creative. And what are the stories right now that are being driven?
Yeah, and we're not able to really lean into story where other times they're leaning into crowd reaction. And Naomi's had that. She's had a crowd reaction. She had the big pop at Rumble. She's had the WrestleMania moment of winning the title in her hometown. She's had several championships. She's been in big matches. She's been in the Money in the Banks and the Elimination Chambers. Like, she's done those things, but she hasn't had that fucking story that you talk about,
I'm sorry, but I'm on the same page. I don't care about Lacey, how they brought her as a heel, tried to make her a face, it didn't fly, throw her back as heel, and no one's really, there's not a lot there. I don't even think as a heel it's like super compelling because what does your character say besides you like stripping?
I wonder if Lacey's going to be one of the greatest failures that could have been.
Yeah.
I mean, because we see those guys all the time, those like Schnitzkys and stuff, where you go, how did this guy fucking fail? Or even Morrison, you're like, well, how did this not go anywhere? Where you look back and look at just the raw talent early on of somebody like, and I think Lacey has that. She has charisma, she has talent, she has the look, and they keep dropping the ball with her too. But go ahead, Kev.
I was just gonna say, with Morrison, they keep putting him with fucking Miz. He needs to be on his own, fucking do his shit, Johnny Cactus style.
Yeah.
I was shocked that Naomi could come out and give a promo that was such fire And I know a lot of people say, "Oh, that was her responsibility." But I mean, she did such a great job with that, and then for it to just land on, "Oh, we're back to this story," I guess.
She messed up Lacey's makeup, so now we're gonna go further. Like, what the
really
fuck?
Disappointing. It was really
Well,
disappointing.
We got.
'cause-
Go ahead.
Yeah.
And this is what I was saying last week, is Naomi needs to drop the glove. She needs a fucking
We're
makeover.
gonna keep arguing about this.
Sit back and be like, hey, I'm taking the shit serious. You know, no more games. It's just me and you. Let's go.
Yeah, imagine if she came out fucking like Catwoman style. You know, leathered up and badass and being like, no, I'm not fucking around anymore.
I'd love to see her and Carmella back as heels.
Yeah, but Clump, I didn't mean like with like a furry hat, like a big head of a cat. Like I meant like just leather.
That'd be.
Okay. All right.
What? No, Clump got all excited. I'm trying to calm him down.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
Calm down. But what was
So, yeah.
the...
I may be sitting, but I assure you the idea has a standing ovation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Saying you can have some not fuck around stuff. Wait, who's her tag partner? Carmella? Would they work as heels together though? Yeah, probably. I think it could work. I think they're both underutilized and very good.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think you have to have them as heels. You put them as faces, and you take or put them up against Sasha and Bailey right now.
Ooh, that'd be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not against that.
Bruce, listen to us.
Bruce, goddamn it! Yeah, Bruce, we just defended everything you said. We've got your number now, right?
Yeah.
Let's
reach
see.
me at Kevlar on the rocks with an X.
Text me at 5.
Yeah, 5. Yeah.
Did Kevlar, do you have something you want to talk about on SmackDown?
Is that a cricket? Someone have a cricket in their house?
A big plus. I like that Big E's solo.
That's on my list too.
Yup.
Big E's gone solo.
We've been waiting for this. The only thing I don't like is the promo where Kofi is like, "Oh, you have our blessing." They're like, you guys are
like
both
that?
hurt. What fucking blessing do you need?
Oh my god, you didn't like that?
Yeah, no, dude, but that's the whole thing. Is Big E's character's always been supportive of his brothers and never been self-centered. And so he needed to hear from them, no, stop. And he even said, no, man, I'll wait for you guys. Because that's always been his character to say so much. Well, not always, but since the New Day's been together, it's been about the brotherhood of the New Day. And, you know, all for one and one for all. And Woods and Big E kept saying in different interviews, our goal is to get Kofi to the World Championship. Like, that was kind of always their thing. Even getting Kofi to there, the story was about Big E and Xavier sacrificing everything they could to get Kofi there. Like, it was right in par for Big E's character to say, no, I'm not doing this on my own because we're a unit. And for them to say, no, now you have to. Because we're going to step away and we're not going to be okay with you just also stepping away because of us.
Yeah.
You know? So I thought it was cool because it was like pushing and motivating, and I think this could be fucking killer. Kofi's out for 6 weeks. We know Woods is got no return set yet, so I think this could be really fucking cool.
I'm excited for you. Yeah, I think this would be awesome. That was definitely a big up. You know, that was the highlight of the show to me. Low light of the show, I have it down. The bar fight.
Are you kidding me?
If you're just tuning
want
in, if you're tuning in, if you're new to the show, you could definitely see we don't always agree.
Yeah.
This is what makes it interesting, right?
I like that. Are you kidding me? Go ahead. Clump, stake your claim.
I know this is like, man, I don't want to be the fucking like the recovering alcoholic dude who's just like, everyone needs to be teetotal right now. It just felt a bit much, like as an event, as the promo series. It just, I've not liked this feud. I've not liked the silliness of that. I've not liked the. I know so much has been trying to make it like, yeah, dude, this is Jeff Hardy coming to terms with his demons, and that might be his way of doing it. Yeah, but like, I just didn't like it, man. I thought this was overdone. I thought the amount of alcohol thrown at it, I just didn't like it, man. I just felt like, okay, like I like
Okay.
no, I just felt uncomfortable. I was like, I'm kind of done with this. Like, it just felt weird and off to me. Jeff
Okay.
Hardy's story, I get more, and I appreciate the context of his view of it, and I know it has his blessing, and I know it's him pushing for it. I just felt weird, so I didn't
Well,
like
it's
it.
beyond just his blessing. Did you watch that Chronicle where he talks about it in depth?
Yeah, no, he's pushing for it. He wants to do this. I get
No,
that.
did you watch it?
Did you watch it?
No, not yet.
It's worth watching to hear his side of it because he talks about exactly what you just said. He goes, yeah, a lot of it's uncomfortable. A lot of it should be uncomfortable. He goes, the whole journey is uncomfortable, and he's like, it's an uncomfortable thing to go through. And he's like, but it's a big thing to get through it. And he kept talking about how in his mind at his big retirement run, because he feels like he's not. It sounds like he doesn't feel like he's going to sign again, and it didn't sound like he wants to go to a different company. He was talking about it where he says, and he even said at the beginning of this, he's used the line of, "My brother had to delete his career to move on." He goes, "I'm here to recover mine," and it was more of a recovery thing, and he wants to have what he called his recovery retirement.
No, sobriety retirement.
Sobriety retirement, where he has there's sobriety retirement run, because here's where he can lay to rest what has also been so very public in his own wrestling career. We can go back and find that match with him and Sting where he's a fucking mess. If he just pretends like it never happened, is he winning or is he just moving past it? Like,
right.
I mean, he's standing in the middle of the storm. And he's saying he's going to get through it, and I mean, in fact, you can only hope that he does. But I do feel like the majority of people who have the worst opinions on this storyline are the people that decided in the first 2 minutes of the first inclination of it that's how they were going to feel about it. That it felt too close to home, it felt uncomfortable, and they didn't want to look at it or deal with it. And that it was just not going to be for them, you know? But I think there's more to it than that. I think it's deeper than that. And I think that Jeff wants it to be uncomfortable. He wants it to be a story of success. He wants to be an inspiration, and he can't be an inspiration if he doesn't look it dead in the face.
And don't pull punches.
What punches was he being pulled in the bar fight?
I felt like a lot of this is, like, not just this, but a lot of the story has been very hacky. Like, I get what you're saying there. I appreciate that. Part of me really wants a story of somebody going through this where it's kind of like, if you're going to go this, go real. When we first started talking about this, I told you I felt like it was hacky, and that was upsetting to me too. Like, that's really the big thing. This feels like
PP
a pretty
was
hacky
bad.
end.
The what?
The
The
PP
bar
was
fight
bad.
was, the bar fight itself, the silly,
Crash.
it
The
felt,
crash is the worst.
it felt silly to me, and it felt, I don't know, man. Like, I could see this going a different way. I don't know, but it's not that I haven't tried to give this a chance. I didn't like it, but I've tried to watch it. The PP pissed me off, but it's, this is my view. I'm not really expecting to get a debate back at this. It's just, to me, it was uncomfortable in what it was, and it was uncomfortable in that it felt like, that's cool. I get that. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's uncomfortable. Maybe go deeper and darker. Don't make this. It felt like humorous at times, and that's the things that upset me. Go ahead, Kevin. What's up?
I was gonna say, would you feel the same way if you didn't see the prior segments and you only saw this match? Because I feel personally that this match was executed wonderfully.
But all the other stuff wasn't.
Man.
Because I can agree to that. The other stuff wasn't executed so great.
No, exactly. And I wasn't a huge fan of the other stuff. Cheers to you, here's my bartender, this and that. But this match solo, if you only watch this match and none of the other segments, I thought this match was awesome.
I felt like
have to do that later on.
Yeah, take it as an in a bubble. But I
like
also
the
felt like
context
this
is too
came
much.
off like it was almost directed by Jeff Hardy. It felt like another Hardy compound thing. I
Yeah.
felt like every bit that was silly and every bit that was a little bit weird felt completely on par with everything that I've seen the Hardys do on their own outside of the WWE and on their own YouTubes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yes.
Produce.
Because there was definitely parts where I was all like, okay, that's a bit over this, that's a bit that. But I was like, but you know what? When I watched the Ultimate Deletion and stuff like that, and when I watched the Hardys doing all their Nero stuff on YouTube alone, I thought the same thing. It came across very similar. Like they put the hat on his face. I was like, oh, obviously he's gonna come up and he's gonna have the face paint on and all that, and it's gonna be goofy. But like, I mean, and that was a little bit hokey and that was a little bit goofy, but it also felt completely on par with the way that Jeff and Matt have presented themselves to the world when the WWE wasn't a filter, which I thought in its own self, like in that bubble aspect, to see something that to me felt so true to Jeff presenting himself, I thought that was pretty cool because I felt like that he didn't have as many reins as you always hear people have, unless the writing crew just happened to be in tune with the way that Jeff has always presented himself before. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well-
Producer here. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
What were you gonna say? Oh, I was super excited because we had seen the Chronicle, and you know I was on Twitter defending the story because so many people were shitting on it, and I asked several people, you know, have you seen the Chronicle? And they said no. And I said it's worth watching to understand his side of it because it means a lot to him, you know, and people weren't talking about the fact that this was his sobriety run. What if this is this will be the last thing we see, according to him, in this company from him? And I thought, wow, how cool is it to see something that he wants, and how awesome would it have been to see something that Matt wanted in the company? Like, you know, when I look at them side by side, I'm kind of like, man, I wish that his brother had the same thing when he left. I wish that he really got to do something he wanted to do as a last run. And if this is what Jeff wants, awesome. And if this is what's gonna give him closure to this chapter and also in this company, like, hell yeah.
Yeah, and he talked a lot about in that Chronicle his rehab, which he'd never done before. He'd always just tried to get sober, and this was the first time he'd done rehab, and that seemed to really, really affect him. And I don't know, just the watching the Chronicle, I thought a lot of the stuff wasn't done great by any means, but watching the Chronicle and then going directly from the Chronicle to the bar fight, it was cool because you got to see this is really what he's trying to do. And then you saw it get executed in a way where you really felt like it was his voice. And you don't always get the chance to see that or feel that. And I don't know, from that regard, that's why I liked so much of it. That's why it was actually in my top, is because he got to do what, according to his Chronicle, was a thing he truly wanted to do and produce. So.
And I think if you really are a fan of his, I think you kind of owe it to him to not dismiss the story, to really watch it and kind of understand it and then give it a chance. Because when you don't, then it's kind of like, wow, are you really supporting him? Like, do you really care?
I guess in that regard, like, I mean, if you can imagine, like, and this is in no way shitting on what you said, Clump. Your uncomfortability is entirely valid in every way.
Yeah, I was just seeing a lot on Twitter.
But there is a certain aspect, especially with all the people, the way people talk about it on Twitter is crazy. But if only you can, like, I mean, not if only, but like, if we can take a moment to try to step in the shoes, which is obviously going to be more difficult for some than others, of somebody who's recovering, to be dismissed by someone when you're trying to present to the world your art as your expression of your sobriety and recovery, that's got to come off kind of shitty. You know what I mean? Like, if he gave a shit about Twitter, if he was on Twitter, he's like never on Twitter. All he does is go on there and say thank you to whatever town he performed in, and that's it, which is so good, because watching his Chronicle and seeing how much of wrestling to him is an art expression, and how he's always expressed himself through that art, and he wanted to express this sobriety through that way. Imagine presenting a piece of art to basically everyone you've ever known and who's ever loved you, and then have them all go, makes me uncomfortable, I don't like it, man, that's shitty, get it out of here. I would probably feel shitty too.
I mean, the toilet scene
was
That
rough.
definitely made me uncomfortable.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan.
You know, I had the same reaction of when Orton was like sticking his finger in his ear.
Ugh.
Oh, I kept cringing. I was like,
I
no.
loved it.
Yeah,
No!
Orton and the ear thing, I was all like, do we need that for our records?
The whole time, I just. Ugh.
I just wish
Sorry.
Orton licked his finger when he did it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Too much. Too much.
But yeah, and it's
What
not
was
to
it?
try to diminish anybody's feelings about it at all. Like I said, it's just that was the aspect I got out of the Chronicle, and that's why to me it's so important to see the Chronicle, because you really get to see that here's an artist trying to express himself through his art, and sometimes you just kind of have to say good job, buddy. You know, like I feel like it would be so shitty to be dismissed in that.
What were you gonna say,
The other
Kevin?
thing I was gonna say about it is, I know when they do these street fights and bar fights and stuff like that, they have, you know, the person dressed for it. But as a Sheamus fan, I want to see Sheamus come out like this every fucking week.
It's the best he ever looked.
Seriously, it was so great. I was like, fucking the suspenders, the fucking
Yeah.
hat. I was like, yes, you got it. This
Yeah.
is you, Sheamus. This is you.
Yeah, he came out like the fucking what's that show on Netflix? The Peaky Blinders. You look like a fucking Peaky
I was
Blinder.
gonna say Gangs of New York with the dead rabbits.
Oh yeah,
Huh.
same thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I was like, this needs to be Sheamus. This, you know, hopefully this isn't just a one and done Sheamus and he's in his ring gear. He needs to go out there with his fucking wrist taped up, the fucking suspenders, the fucking hat, the wife beater, and just be like, alright, you want me? Here we go. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm lighting you up, son. Yeah, 100%. Hey, Clump, did you think that was Nero or Whisper at the end?
Assuming probably Whisper, because I know Whisper's closer to him.
Is it? Okay. I just didn't know.
Yeah.
I thought it was Nero at first. But then we saw some stuff online, people saying, no, that was Whisper.
Willow.
And Willow.
I don't know
Willow.
why
in
you're
it.
so whisper.
Yeah. But I'm not familiar enough with Willow to know any of that. But you got the impression that was Willow?
Yeah. Versus Nero's more based out of the Broken Universe. I think Willow is kind of like an idea of what he wishes to portray, though it does also come from a time when he was probably at his worst.
Huh. That's wild. I know I've seen the masks and stuff for sale sometimes, which is neat, but yeah, I never got to see much of that character, I don't think. I always thought of it as Nero, and anytime I even saw it, I was like, oh, it's Nero with a mask, but then I found out that's not the case.
But yeah, no, SmackDown, I mean, I was really pumped for Big E, and it was a pretty cool show. I just, you know, I get what y'all are saying. Maybe down the road I can watch it as a bubble, but right now it's kind of stuck in the context of what it is. So it does make me feel uncomfortable in like a different way than I think. Like, and I get what you all are saying. It's fucked up to knock someone's journey and what they want to portray as their journey, because it varies person to person. To me, it's just a bit, I don't know, man, like a bit weird.
Condescending.
And I feel there's a thing a lot of times that when you're trying to get out of it that is difficult, where there's very there's like tropes when it comes to this, like the stumbling drunk, the silly drunk, like the Robert Stone drunk, the the ODB, and it's, you know, it really goes through. And so when it came up, like I don't know, man. Like it's just
The tortured artist drunk.
It's gonna take time to get through that. Like maybe this is cool. Like to me, when I watched it, it just seemed kind of like it seemed hacky, and it could have been more. And you know, but then you know the context of him doing that. Yeah, I get that that's him, and I also know that the production and budget and the people he's working with are the people he's working with, and that's a factor that changes it. It just It wasn't for me. With everything there, it's hard to eliminate other parts to it. So,
Okay.
sorry.
No.
Yeah.
That's how you felt.
Yep.
No, that's the point of the show, is that everyone's got their own opinions and point of views, and
It's
you know,
better than ODB.
share it with everyone.
I would
is
hope
better than
So
ODB.
much. It's better than ODB. It's better than Robert Snow. Because good God, is that just like I'm
And I know
done.
that he looks at it as like the beginning of a forever thing too. So it's like a too soon feeling. I think is probably natural for this, even by his standards, because I think that the portrayal he was giving was that he wants this to lead into, look at me, I've survived, I'm sober, and then you can look back at it years and years later and say, yeah, that's when he got sober. You know what I mean? Like, so it's a very hopeful thing too, but again, like, too soon is not out of the picture for that.
And
Yeah.
producer, I partly blame WWE for not promoting this Chronicle. I felt
Oh
like
yeah, they didn't even
this,
talk about it.
like if you had even just like shortened the previous, scenes that you've seen with him and Sheamus, and just threw in more of this Chronicle tease, I felt like you would have gotten a much different reaction and a much different feel going into this.
Yeah, but they try to portray Chronicle like a shoot thing, but at the same time, they spent how many weeks showing that older rehashing of his addiction?
Yeah.
They spent like, what, 3 or 4 weeks on that? You couldn't have spent, because it was like, what, 30 minutes? You couldn't have spent 2 weeks with like, 2 or 3 weeks with like little 5-10 minute intervals, like chronicling
You could have
his
delayed this and done that, or released that earlier.
Because if you're going for a whole shoot look, like, oh, he really is recovering. Oh, throw in this amazing documentary you guys did.
That's a really good point. Like, they didn't talk about it at all. I stumbled across it on the fucking network and I was like, when did this come out? And I was like, oh, it came out like today.
Yeah, I couldn't believe how new it was.
And so it was.
The other thing is
no, I'm just saying, if they devoted as much time as they did to showing older shit, they could have devoted the same amount of time to him speaking his piece, especially to a world of people who aren't looking at the network right now.
Yep.
And something that does seem to be so close to his heart, that's something they could have granted him. A little bit of that probably would have gone a long way.
Yeah.
I think the other thing too, that with it, the documentary that they showed and put that much time to put onto the show, that came out before his last Off the Wagon, and that kind of
that was weird.
Like he fucked up right after this. Like he was off on injury and got arrested multiple times for things. That's guys, it's kind of in weird taste,
Especially when the Chronicle is kind of part 2 of that, and you don't show that part.
Yeah,
because it's all like there's a whole lot that happened after that that's incredibly important to him and meaningful to his story, and you guys didn't show that off the same way. That part's definitely weird. The only 2 things I had of note on there, not as a top or bottom, but as things that I just was happy to see, is the progression of Alexa and Nikki and the potential of Nikki snapping. I was happy to see that. And I was happy to see the Bray Wyatt stuff where he says that the Fiend is coming for you. I was just happy to see those things. I thought that was just added to it all.
Yeah.
Not necessarily a greatest part of the week, but cool. We're still moving along, doing good.
There's a possibility of Crazy Nikki.
Yeah.
So
the fact that Crazy Nikki's a possibility is big news.
Love it.
Yeah. Anything else on SmackDown for you guys?
No.
I guess that takes us to Raw. I only had a couple things on here. I had one thing I can bring up before we talk about Raw, except the graphics probably already up.
Yep.
All right, we'll talk about Raw, and then I'll talk about the one thing.
I'll go back.
All right, fine. There's one thing, and I could have put it somewhere else, but it is on my bottom 5 because it was just that bad.
What?
But it wasn't even on these shows.
What?
So Busted Open comes out, and they have an interview with Nick Aldis, followed by an interview of EC3.
Oh. Yeah.
You know all the shit I've been saying about EC3?
This whole time?
The whole time about what I believe he probably was like backstage? Turns out that's all right. I was on the button, dude.
Nailed it.
Fucking on the button. The dude was going off about how everything was everyone else's fault, about how he got there and just didn't feel like trying anymore, about how it was really but he wasn't saying this in like I'm learning from it. He goes, dude, you do a couple things, you give him a good idea, it goes to someone else, and you're like, what's the fucking point, man? He goes, because the system's broken. It's their fault. If I had to blame one person, and I'm a leader, as a leader, I know that I lead people and I need to take responsibility, and that's how I know the fault is on theirs, because there's a leader over there. And you're like, what?
I just looked over at Marsh and I was like, I feel like we're listening to like Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. We're listening to Keanu Reeves right now.
Yeah, there was a point where he's all like, I'm looking around, I'm like, whoa, because like I'm doing this stuff and it's like cool. I'm like, yeah, whoa. And you're like, what? And he's trying to use words he thinks are big, but they're just regular words.
Yes.
He came off so stupid and insufferable. It was crazy. I couldn't care less about this guy's career now.
Yeah, that was.
And I cared very little before.
I was actually wondering if he was on something. Part of me is like, is he on something? Because at times he kind of sounded like the conspiracy theorist bum in New York. He was on the side of on the corner.
He came off very conspiracy theory. He came off very much everyone's fault but my own. He also at one point said, he goes, I didn't want to go back to like Impact and have people think of me like, oh, here's this little puppy who left and he couldn't make it over there, so now he's back to where his glory days were. He goes, I didn't want that to happen, so I waited a couple months before I came to Impact. Well, the same fucking thing happened. Yeah. You look the same 3 months later than you did when you like. It was ridiculous.
I was honestly
you got
a bit surprised.
Mustache.
Yeah, you have a shitty mustache now. He did also basically say, does Kevlar still have his shitty mustache?
No.
No, I don't.
He did also basically say he's going to be in AEW, but that he's doing a couple, like basically he was like, I'm doing some stuff in Impact before I go to AEW is basically what he said. But like, and he kept repeating his t-shirt phrases and stuff. Dude, it was so bad. It was so bad.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, man.
I kept wanting to turn it off, but I felt like I had to hear it.
Yeah, we listened to the entire thing, and it is rough.
Yeah.
Unless you love Keanu Reeves, I guess. Like.
Yeah, so you guys should check it out, love it,
old
live it,
Keanu Reeves.
Be the next big EC3 fan. Good news is now that all of everybody else who's always been in his way is out of his way, so now you can do really cool things like make t-shirts and shit.
And be the greatest.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I wanted to get that out there because, fuck, if I didn't give two shits less, he was so bad. It makes me want to not watch Impact, knowing that he might show up. I'd rather watch YouTube clips later of Heath Slater than potentially give them a rating, knowing that he might be on it.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Never
want to hear that.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but and the other thing that sucks about it too is that when I was drinking with the Good Brothers, and I totally did, we said wherever they went, we would watch what they're doing because we're that big of fans of theirs.
Yeah. And
now they're in Impact, and EC3 is there, and it's like, okay, I'll have to YouTube what you guys do. I'm not fucking watching that shit. Oh. But I'll YouTube it. I'll YouTube what you guys do. This other shit is fucking garbage. So yeah, good stuff.
Just like, you guys send me what you're doing, and then like I'll watch that. But like, please don't.
Yeah.
Do your best to not put EC3 in it. Like,
yeah. Can you just clip out your part?
Yeah.
It brings us to Raw. Do you guys have any highlights of the week that have to do with Raw? I only had two things really. I had one thing I thought was really cool, and it's a dual thing, and one thing I thought was just really unfortunate.
Oh, was Street Profits the unfortunate bit? I nailed it.
Yes, it was.
Sorry.
I'll get it out of the way then because she already called it, and then we'll get to Kevlar's thing.
I thought that was just mine.
Yeah, no, I put the Street Profits have really undervalued the Raw titles because now I couldn't even get excited about this triple threat match with three great teams because I knew it was just going to culminate in a match with the Street Profits, which I was not interested in seeing or hearing promos for. So to me, it was a bit of a bummer that we already have a company that doesn't do the best job in highlighting all of their tag teams, putting the tag team titles on people who are largely annoying and hard to sit through. So it kind of further undermined the ability to give a shit about that entire division, which kind of sucked to me. And them being out there being like, and the Viking Raiders are our good friends. It's like, man, I want them. I'm trying to think of them as tough guys again, not your fucking buddies.
Yeah.
So that was my whole take on Street Profits.
Was that
Yeah.
anyone else's bottom?
Yeah, did you guys take note of any of that, or you didn't care either way?
I agree with you. I mean, we haven't seen the title used. The title holders have been in silly bullshit for so long, and like you have this feud going on, or this starting up. You're like, so who's taking the belt off? Like, what's the result of the silly bullshit? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm
Exactly.
I don't care.
Yeah, and that's what it came down to. I did not care, and that to me was really shitty. Because there's a lot of stuff on here that kind of came and went where I thought, okay, another match, don't care, kind of, whatever. But this is one where it was just kind of like, once I realized how much I didn't care about something I used to care about, it was jarring enough to me to say, this is a worse thing.
Yeah.
You guys have completely undervalued an entire division.
For what, too?
Yeah, for a lot of jokey bullshit. All right, let's go to Kevlar. Kevlar, what do you got?
Well, my top of the week is Randy Orton calling out Drew.
Yeah, that guy's all right, Randy Orton. He's not half bad.
He's above average.
Yeah.
I
The promo in which he called him out was pretty fucking solid.
Oh,
Drew's
yeah.
response, I was all like, ugh, Drew, go away. But
No, exactly.
yeah,
But that's where I'm at right now in Raw, is that the old guys or the vets have been carrying it for a minute, with Edge coming back and Christian and Big Show,
Mhm.
where right now where Randy's like, hey, I had an epiphany, I had a dream, I want the title, and it was great. I liked it. I'm like, cool, let's go for it. Let's go for number 13. I'm a huge Randy Orton fan. I love it. The only thing that it took away a little bit was the main event, because after Randy called out Drew at the opening segment, and the main event was Dolph and Drew, where Drew gets to pick the stipulation, I could care less what happened afterwards. I was like, Dolph's not gonna win. Drew's gonna have some stupid match where he thinks he looks great, and I just don't understand why the women's title match wasn't the main event.
Oh, I said the same thing.
oh yeah, that's actually as
Totally
soon as
said
it
the same
ended, producer said there's no reason the women's title match shouldn't have closed that show. I was like, well, they're trying to. I get it because the whole. Did you watch the end of the show, Kevlar?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I understand they wanted the pop. They wanted the RKO out of nowhere and stuff like that.
Yeah,
But
that's what they were
there
going for.
Bigger implications in the women's title match with Sasha and Asuka than there was in Drew defeating Dolph again.
Yeah, it's almost.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's almost like they don't want to acknowledge that the women are carrying these shows.
They're the
Like-
most interesting bit for sure.
I
I know
honestly-
Clump's disagreeing right now.
Oh.
There's no way he can agree to that. He can't stand Sasha and Bailey, and I tell him that's the whole point, and I win again.
Well, I mean,
And yes, it's annoying.
Yeah.
as much as we like Orton,
Oh yeah.
do we really care about Drew? Honestly.
Oh yeah, I don't give a shit about Drew. I'm actually really bummed out because I feel like that this is definitely where Orton loses to Drew to prove a thing, and here's the other thing. Okay,
That's my
so I'm just
thing.
going to say this real quick for Kuro because he said it in the chat. He said, dang, I missed SmackDown. Kuro, we're on all podcast platforms now, so you can go back and listen to everything we said. You can fast forward around. I believe it was right around the fucking 3-hour mark because we've been running long where we hit
We're at 3
SmackDown.
now, so.
But also, the other thing that producer does is she puts the logo of the show we're talking about in the bottom left-hand corner. So if you just check out of our YouTube, if you just go to like WrestlingRunRex.com and click to find the YouTube, you can find the part and fast forward to where you see the SmackDown logo to see what we say about that. And anything you want to talk to us about and say that we messed up, you can add in the comments on YouTube or you can tweet at us direct and we will definitely respond.
We lost Kevlar. He walked away.
Kevlar walked away?
No,
Yeah.
no, I'm still here.
Oh.
Getting off
Okay.
camera for a second.
Yeah, he's putting pants back on.
He just got up. I'm like, all
so
right.
here's my thing. Look at who everyone's been going up against with Drew McIntyre. They've had him up against Big Show and Brock Lesnar and Bobby Lashley, Dolph Ziggler, and now Randy Orton. These are all people who've been doing main event stuff for 10, 15 years plus. Like, I think they're putting him in all these matches for them to try to teach him how to be a main event star.
Yes.
Because I think they also realize he's not quite there. You know what I mean? And I feel like this is where Randy Orton teaches Drew McIntyre how to be a main event at a big pay-per-view like a SummerSlam. Here's what you need to know, kid. You know what I mean? Even though that Drew wants to say he's been doing this forever and it took all this long, yeah, well, you haven't been on this level ever before. And as long as it took you to get to this level, Randy Orton's been performing at that level for longer, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
100%.
I hate you guys.
And this,
And Fatina says she could see Orton doing big Hollywood movies full time because his acting is so good, and I agree.
well, this is my big fear of this is just a Drew stepping stone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's the only reason it didn't make it on my top, was because as cool as I thought it was and as much of a good pairing as I think this could be a great match, because I also don't think Randy Orton's gonna play any of that bullshit that I think Drew keeps getting away with, fucking no selling for a bunch of people. I don't see Randy Orton letting that go. So I think Orton's got too much pride and too much legacy for that to be the case. So I was really excited for that, but with all my heart, I feel like this is a stepping stone for Drew, and I feel like that is not what I'm here for, which is exactly why it didn't end up on my list.
I don't get why the Drew experiment is not considered a failure. It's just he's not Drew. He's not showing any.
Hell yeah, dude.
Hold on, that's your name for it.
The Drew experiment.
The
Yeah.
Drew experiment.
No, well, I mean, but that's not uncommon to hear people say when they talk about championship. I just love how he just immediately goes, "How is it not considered fair?" Love it. I love it. Come at me.
It's we've talked about this over. He's a douche. He's supposed to be a face, but he's not. And he's not like a Stone Cold, like he's a face, but he's an asshole. He's just a douche, and he's entitled, and he comes off just in the worst way. And he I don't get it. I don't like it. I don't really care. I want Randy to get the title because I've liked Randy more than anyone in 2020 in terms of performers. He's been compelling. He's been the best monster heel. Let Randy take the belt off of Drew. And then we can see how Drew does coming back for it, because I'm kind of tired of Drew. I'm really tired of Drew.
Yeah, I have no interest in Drew with a championship or anything else. Like, not.
No, it came and went. Like, when Rumble came around, I remember I was like, hey, it's going to go to Drew. This is going to be a good push. This is going to be great. And it went that way, and I immediately was like, all right, this sucks. Stop.
Mm-hmm.
Let me off this ride.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get it done and over with and move on to the next thing.
They went full bore into he's got to be a babyface. He's got to be dominant. Okay, well, does he? Does he have to be dominant? Does he have to be this? Like, yeah, he got one over on Brock and looked amazing. He did amazing work in the Rumble. But once they started doing that, like, 3-second gonna kick your ass thing, I think it was pretty over.
The second that the countdown to the Claymore started, and I know Drew thinks that was this great epiphany and this amazing thing he was able to, because he's talked about it. He goes, like, he fucking loves, like, that was his thing. That was his big fucking 316 as far as he's concerned. That was his big middle fingers. That was his drinking a beer. It was like, that was it, man. The countdown to Claymore, it hit me. And I was like, fuck, dude, that's when you lost me completely.
You guys there?
Yeah, I agree 100% with that.
The Drew experiment's failed. That's her tagline.
Yes.
Yeah. I said the same thing when I forget even which line Drew said, but I remember turning to Marsh and just being like, wait, he's a face, right?
Yeah. Isn't he the good guy?
Sounding like one.
Yeah.
Oh, I had another bottom.
Go
Do
ahead.
you guys have anything?
Go ahead. If it's on Raw, shit on it.
Naya.
Yeah, Nia coming back to the bottom.
No.
Oh, I don't think the mic picked that one up.
Good. I'm glad.
I think I paid.
Try again.
No.
I'll get another one.
Marsh just leaned to the
Take two.
side.
I'll get another one. Episode 1.
No.
What?
Stop.
No, keep going.
If
No.
you shit yourself, it's episode 2.
He's trying to fart real bad here.
I got a little one.
Thanks so
Stop.
much.
Well-
We hit episode 2. and
Stop.
we're on
I'm
there.
right here.
God, I feel like I'm pushing so hard I'm gonna pee myself a
Oh
little.
my god. Stop it.
You guys think it's worth it? Yes or no?
Yes.
I'm gonna keep going.
No.
He's got that new
No.
chair. I'm gonna have to sit in that chair when we go back to the house. No.
You're never allowed in this chair.
Yeah, that's his chair. You don't want to be in that chair.
Shoving everyone if you shit your pants right now.
You don't know. You don't want to be in that chair. Yeah, Naya coming back. And you know what? I blame myself for this because
Yes.
I jinxed it.
I blame her too.
Okay. Well, so the night before, I turned to Marsh and I was like, you know what's actually pretty nice about Raw? He's like, what? And I was like, we haven't seen Naya. It's been really nice.
Yeah, it's
No
been
one's
great.
been getting injured. You know, stories are moving along, and and she showed up, and it was not great. It was not great at all.
So
Yeah.
you
I'm
fucked
pretty
us
sure-
all.
Yeah, she did this.
God, I did.
Thanks.
Sorry, everyone.
Thanks, producer.
Sorry.
Yeah, we had a good thing going.
You made my cat
Yeah.
leave.
No, Naya made your cat leave.
It's
Come
true.
on, other end, Mark.
Us stuck.
Let's do this.
Yeah, I'll get one.
So I'm shocked if I'm the only one that has her on the bottom.
I try not to talk about her at all if I can help it, because
I
it's
know.
just garbage. But then she fucking nearly broke Pat Buck's neck with that fucking shirt and the tie on there.
Ugh.
And they're trying to rip it off, and he's like, just please let me leave. Let me please
Yeah.
leave. That's what it felt like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got kids.
I got
And what was the
kids.
move that she completely botched? Like she tried.
She tried to do a double leg takedown to Shayna,
Oh yeah.
and it just looked like this weird, like, falling into somebody.
Didn't even.
Yeah, because she's
I
like,
thought
what the
it-
fuck was that? Oh, it was,
Double
yeah,
leg
but
roll.
it was a double leg roll spear.
Didn't look like a
Executed
move.
Not since somebody fell out of Rascal at a hometown buffet.
Yeah.
Ugh.
And then so that happens, and you know, producer's like, "What the fuck was that?" And I was like, "It was supposed to be a double leg takedown." She goes, "Is it supposed to look like that?" And I was like, "No." And then when Dominic comes out and does the double leg on Seth, I was like, "That's a double leg takedown." She's like, That looked badass." And I was like, "Yeah, that's a double leg takedown." That's what she was going for. She's like, "There's no way." And I was like, "I swear to God, that's what she was trying to do."
Yeah, I don't understand.
Rewind it. Look it. Look
Yeah.
it. Look it.
Yeah, take it back.
Like, I'm sorry, but Shayna deserves better.
Yeah. I was going to mention that too. I don't know if it's on your guys' top or bottom or anything. It's not on my list, but I did like how much of a badass Dominic looked for just
Yeah.
a couple minutes
He
there.
looked good. I won't put it in the top or bottom because I'm weird about the angle still, and I don't know if he's there to perform yet. And I don't think we've seen enough of him to be there. You know.
100%. That's why it wasn't on my top or bottom either, but I was
Yeah.
happy to see him look like a badass for a little bit because he's only had a couple little glimpses of looking even like he could be in a fight because he comes out in like skinny jeans and a baggy shirt a lot, so it's always a little weird. And he comes off as a kid a lot. This came off as a kid approaching manhood and willing to beat the shit for his family, so I was like, I liked that development.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a favorite. What do you got there, Kev?
I was gonna say, I think this is leading to Dominic versus Seth at SummerSlam.
What?
That'd be cool if Dominic can find
No,
some
I
gear.
think 100%, and I think it's Ray's tribute, or if you will, whatever,
Send
is
off.
setting his son up for, you know, a big match for his first match.
Yeah, that'd be good. That makes
That
sense.
would be cool.
Yeah. That would make sense.
Yeah.
That's where I think you're going with it. Because if you're not going there with it, what are you doing with it?
You're ripping out everybody's eyeballs one at a time.
Yeah, everyone gets eye patches.
Yeah.
Yeah, by this time next year, 80% of the roster will be in eye patches. It's going to be great. And then they'll truly have the pirate-themed WrestleMania they always wanted.
Yeah, take two.
Take two.
Are you gonna say Clump?
We just need better.
I got a
gear.
bottom.
What do you got, Kel?
I got a bottom.
Go ahead.
Drew and Dolph for the 4,000th time. It seems
Oh,
like.
100%.
Yep.
And,
Yep.
and what sucks is every time I'm like, damn, Dolph could sell ice to, people in Maine in winter, but
Yep.
I'm so goddamn done with him losing. Like, I watched this,
Yeah.
I'm like, shit, you'd be a good champion.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, like shit, you'd be fantastic in this.
100%.
And I'd like to see you and Randy against each other because that,
Yes.
I could see that be a double heel match that I'd care about, even if
Yeah.
nobody
Yeah.
switches. But no, instead we got Drew
Yeah.
winning again, and
The worst thing about that entire match is that it was actually a really good match, but there was just no level of give a shit that they could possibly drum up.
yes,
And shout out to that
it was
ref.
given away at the beginning of the show.
Oh, Eddie? Eddie, the ref, saved Dolph Ziggler from losing his eye as well. The first chair that Drew threw into the ring.
No, it was great. That
Oh,
was
you saw it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was flying straight to Dolph's head, and he just puts his hand out and slaps it down. He was like, boom, just slapped it down right in front of Dolph's face. And I was like, he saved his life.
Yeah. Played it off, and you know that had to hurt his hand. Because that
Oh,
was
yeah.
a fucking flying chair coming straight towards Dolph's head, and he just puts his hand down, and it's like, bam! Next. What are we doing?
Yeah.
yeah.
You know,
I was wondering
I
if-
saw that, and I was like, dude, that was great. That ref saved Dolph from maybe not his eye being bulged out, but at least a concussion.
The concussion, yeah.
Yeah, he saved him.
I was wondering if, like, Drew he was even looking where he was throwing, because I was like, he's throwing it like it's a baseball, like,
Yeah.
to the outfield or something, like crazy.
Yeah, he could
There's no
have
baseball
done
in
some.
Scotland.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Why can't Dolph have like a Bailey moment a Becky moment out of this, and you're like, nah, I ain't gonna be your fucking heel and become a face that we're all like rallying behind? Because I could see that. I fucking love Dolph. Dolph's the best.
Oh, yeah, he's so good.
Especially with his Britney Spears shirt this week. Great.
You loved it.
Great
Um,
Britney, baby.
it's because Dolph is stronger than yesterday. I'm going to say this. I only have the top, and I'm not going to get into it. I did want to throw this one thing out there because we've already kind of moved on. The only thing about Shayna versus Nia I'm remotely excited about is I don't think Shayna's going to take any shit, and I think Shayna's going to win, and that I like.
Yes.
But apart from that, what else did you have about Raw, Kevlar?
The only other thing I had was Sasha versus Asuka, which to me is kind of a bottom.
Yeah.
It was one of those halfers. Not so solid, but a little floater, not a sinker.
Mm-hmm. Explain yourself.
I hate, and I'm,
No!
yes,
Whoa!
yes.
Come on!
I swear I smelled it too.
Yes.
Oh.
I got that new sound suppressor and the isolator on the mic. I'm hoping it really captured that like a tunnel.
Yeah, it hit.
Mic to a zipper. Sorry. But anyway, so I missed the last part of last week's show,
Yeah.
and
The last part of last week's show.
I absolutely hate that they put all the championships on a couple people. That's why I was, on NXT, I love that Keith Lee relinquished the North American title. Great, love it, move on. I absolutely hate that Bayley and Sasha are the Raw and the SmackDown and Women's Tag Team Champions. I hate it. And it was, almost an epiphany that I realized what they're setting up for. And I like it, but at the same time, I just hate that all the belts are on two people. The women's tag belts don't need to be in this anymore. And I hope they quickly take them off. I don't know if they relinquish them or it's not in character. And, they can't lose them, but the women's tag needs to be off of Sasha and Bayley right now.
I think what it does is it highlights the link between them as friends and partners being so strong, but then also highlights both their independence in needing to be their own champions. So it's kind of a representation of what's keeping them together, but what also is pulling them apart at the same rate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What will happen? One of the things I think I loved about it was that Bailey literally murdered Kairi Sane.
Yeah,
That
she's
was an
done.
actual murder.
She's done.
She's done. So
Yeah.
she's murdered.
No
So
one even talked about that too.
yeah, and no one's talking about it, but that was an actual murder. Because if you watch it play out, Bailey is smashing Kairi Sane's head against a wall and a gate and the ground as Kairi is crying out for Asuka. So Asuka runs there. Bailey eventually just throws her down and she went limp. She didn't keep fighting. She didn't cry. She didn't embrace Asuka. She went limp. Then it cuts back to Charlie outside of the medical office where, of course, Bailey and Sasha come by being idiots about stuff. And then Asuka comes out crying and screaming.
And when
And
she
that is
slammed
it.
her down, I actually was just jokingly, I was like, Kari's dead? Is
Yeah.
Kari dead?
And then like
the next
20 minutes
scene-
after Raw's over, Kairi Sane puts out a tweet saying, "My time in NXT and WWE locker rooms was incredible. Everyone was kind, funny, and talented. So every day was full of happiness. Also, I was saved by the supportive staff behind the scenes. I will forever love and respect all these professionals I had the pleasures of working with." Put a 4-leaf clover. Makes me think she might be talking about Becky a little bit. And she goes, "I was able to accomplish so much in the last 3 years, but it wasn't because of my ability or strength. It was because of all the constant, warm support from the fans.
Aw.
I am so thankful I could meet you all. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, Kairi Sane." She posts a bunch of pictures of her career and stuff. But that means that she's done. She's literally left the company. And WWE, after that, put out a thing saying that Kairi Sane's coming to terms with the end of her career at WWE. So when you watch that kayfabe, Bailey murders Kairi Sane. That's
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah. Oh, and then when it came back to the announcers, wasn't Smo Joe just like, was that when he was like smirking?
No, he was laughing at Nia and Shayna beating the shit
okay.
out of each
All
other.
right. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, Joe.
What do you guys think about the murder of Kairi Sane?
It's crazy. I called it the
I'm okay
execution
with
of it.
I'm waiting for it to be on the True Crime podcast.
It's got to make it there.
Yeah, but
I think it's wild, dude. Everyone was not like, "Oh, what a send off," and "Oh, she with her friend," and I was like, "That's a murder.
yeah, like
That's what that was. Like, how are we not
Yeah.
gonna lean into that?"
I tweeted out like, "Oh man, Bailey's better be watching her back now
Yeah.
because Austin's gonna go crazy."
Also, the match in and of itself, which I thought was a fantastic match between Asuka and
Yes.
Sasha. I think they were both playing up everything fucking phenomenally.
Yeah.
I didn't know where it was gonna go. I think that Asuka. So someone brought up this question, and I wanted to bring it up too. They said, so Asuka had to leave her title match to save her best friend,
Yeah.
and so therefore she lost. Well, next week, Bailey has a match against Nikki for the title, or is that at SummerSlam?
SummerSlam.
That's at SummerSlam.
Yeah.
So the question then is presented: is Asuka going to attack Sasha backstage, in which Bailey doesn't leave the match and stays to defend her title?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Mhm.
I think that's
Ow.
insane. The idea of that.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
It leads 100% into what I was talking about with my epiphany, if you will. Is I hate that all the titles are on two people, but it leverages from where we are right now. And normally I hate it that, the last couple years, all of a sudden the titles started switching hands before it. But this is a crash course to Bailey versus Sasha at Survivor Series.
Or further, because if they kind of try to hang on through Survivor Series, but they lose the tag titles there, and then it's really like, what are we even doing? You know what I mean? Then you can push it to the Rumble. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know that you have to, but
No, it's at Survivor Series because it's champion versus champion at Survivor Series.
Oh yeah.
And normally
forgot about
they
that
have
gimmick.
the belt switch hands a week or two prior. This year they're doing it 2 months prior, but it's champion versus champion. Sasha versus Bailey at Survivor Series. There's a crash course for it, and I don't see anything getting in the way of that. Maybe they lose the tag titles beforehand, which creates the animosity, but that's what's gonna happen. You know,
You're right. No, I don't think they do lose the tag titles. I think they have to do the title, the champion versus champion, and then I think that they have to lose the titles probably on the way to Rumble or some shit because they're not getting along ever since that match. I think that match ruins them.
yeah, that creates the friction. But like I said, I was pissed at Extreme Rules when Sasha won, even though she didn't win, and I was so upset. And I was like, bullshit! All the titles don't need to be on two people. It's stupid. And then it hit me, Survivor Series, and it's champion versus champion, Sasha versus Bailey. There's no getting out of it at this point.
Yeah. But I think what makes it compelling with the tag titles is there's that link now. You have to fight together still.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
like
good.
Said, do you create the animosity between each other for losing titles before that or after that?
I think you long game it, dude. I think you break up the tag title after.
After, exactly. So you do it afterwards so that they do have the one encounter at Survivor Series. They work it out and then lose. And then all of a sudden, you know, once again, there's a crash course for Mania, which we said, you know, weeks ago. It's going to be Sasha and Bailey at Mania next year. And I think these are the stepping stones that are coming out right now that are kind of evident. You know, I have no personal say, but this is my view on things right now.
Sorry, producer, I just thought real quick, I really want, leading up to that, Asuka, I want it to be like Wile E. Coyote, you know, and Roadrunner, like, just barely getting Bailey, like, kind of popping up here and there, and scaring the crap out of her.
Yeah.
I can see that.
That could be good. Let's see. Faptina threw it in the chat, so let's read this little quote over here by Ember Moon. She had a take on this, because I know that Clump probably hates every second of it. Says, why do we need two double champs? Is SummerSlam going to be like low-key Evolution with Sasha and Bailey wrestling for their singles titles and also for the tag titles? Is that a thing? Are we just reliving Triple H and Steve Austin, the two-man power trip from 2001? Which, side note, by the way, yeah, maybe. And wasn't that pretty fucking rad when that happened? It said, Sasha and Bailey have done a great job with a limited roster, but there are too many people sitting at home to tie up all the titles with two people. Which I think also is short-sighted, just personally, to think that just because a title's on somebody, that means that no one else can have time. Because what were we seeing with Tamina before or after? Are they going to slap the title on Tamina? But she got a title match at Money in the Bank, which I think was probably one of her better matches.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're doing a bad job of showcasing the rest of the talent either. If I only saw Sasha and Bailey versus Lacey and Asuka over and over and over again, I'd say, oh, maybe that's a problem. But we're seeing a ton of people. There's probably more people who need to be in that mix, though. But it says, I was kind of upset. The match was superb. I don't feel like the fact that knowing it was Kari's last appearance, I don't know if that's the way you go. I feel you make it more of a threat than just Kari getting beat up backstage. I think you have Bailey beating up Kari and then have her with a forklift about to drop some cinder blocks. Asuka had Sasha in the Asuka lock. All she had to do was sit back. It makes more sense if Kari was in more of a life or death situation versus her getting thrown into stuff and stomped. I get we're supposed to be angry, and kudos to them for making us angry. No one wanted Asuka to lose. Everyone wanted NXT Asuka back and having an undefeated streak. That's what WWE does. I fell for the ploy of I'm angry because I saw my friend Asuka lose the title in a crappy way. Are we going to have Sasha just lose the title to Lacey Evans or transfer Naomi over? They're building to SummerSlam, right? As a fan, I feel like I got ripped because, once again, I don't get Bailey versus Sasha. But like Kevlar just said, you get it at Survivor Series. She continued, I feel like I lost the match I wanted to see 2 SummerSlams in a row. Maybe they're waiting for a bigger live audience. Maybe it's because Charlotte is gone and Becky Lynch is on maternity leave. They're killing me because I really want to see that match. But you can get it at Survivor Series. Not only that, but you're sacrificing all of your other superstars for 2 people. That's what it feels like to me. Maybe I just misjudge what's happening. I like to be angry about wrestling. I'm just trying to figure out the next step. A part of me is like, I don't know what's going to happen, which is great, but a part of me is like, I don't know if that was the right call. For me to be so upset that I had to turn off Raw because back to back to back, the first hour and a half to me was infuriating from a professional and fan standpoint.
Wow.
So I feel like this is probably closer to what Clump would think.
Oh.
Yep. And my cat agrees. Purring the entire time you're reading that.
Love her Twitch. Totally follow Ember Moon's Twitch.
Hell yeah. But I think that, like Kevlar brought up, just because you don't get Sasha Bailey SummerSlam doesn't mean you don't get Sasha Bailey Survivor Series. And having champ versus champion is an interesting way to force that to happen in a way that leads you to a part 2 that could be potentially huge. Because what do people talk about even in NXT Sasha and Bailey? They talk about Brooklyn 2, or what was it, Bailey Sasha 2, not Bailey Sasha 1. You know what I mean? They always talk about the second one. They don't talk about the first one as much. Like,
and the big thing with it is that you have a build-up. Like I said, before with Survivor Series, you had Jinder all of a sudden losing the title to AJ. You know, you had all these titles switch hands, so you had champion versus champion in a certain aspect, where now you have the build-up, and once you get past SummerSlam, you're gonna have Sasha and Bailey looking at each other and be like, "Hey, we have to fight each other," and then saying, "No, we're not gonna do it."
yeah, 100%.
You know what I mean? No, this isn't gonna happen. It's like, no, it's happening. It's always champion versus champion, and you know, you can have this, 2 months long after SummerSlam, 2 months long. We're not gonna do this, and it's like, no, yes, you are. Build up, and there's, hopefully they build up the animosity between the two that makes it compelling for a great Survivor Series match, which, truthfully, we haven't had a great Survivor Series match in some time.
Yeah.
And I don't want to say great Survivor Series match, because don't get me wrong, AJ versus Brock was great in the fact that people thought AJ had a chance.
Yeah.
Where Brock was undisposable before. I'm saying we didn't have the build up to, when AJ versus Brock was proposed, it's like, all right, Brock's gonna smash him, game over.
Yeah.
We didn't have the build up of a WrestleMania match at Survivor Series in quite a while.
Yeah, and last year was kind of the commercial for NXT, which felt like a win-loss from a fan standpoint, where it was like, okay, it's cool of a build-up, but it's clear what's going on here.
Yeah.
I also think that the Ember Moon was kind of almost talking herself into her own work, right? Where she kept saying all she wants is Sasha versus Bailey. She wants Sasha versus Bailey. Now she's being robbed Sasha versus Bailey. And by Asuka losing the titles, now she doesn't get Sasha versus Bailey. But like we've just covered ad nauseum at that point, is that Survivor Series you definitely do. But she also just was saying, well, you don't put the titles on those 2 people because what's the fucking point? Well, to get you to Sasha versus Bailey, but which is exactly what you want. But she also said you got too many people sitting at home to put the titles on those 2 people. But then she even said, well, what do? Give it to Lacey or Naomi? Like, she didn't sound excited about that either. What are your ideas where the most compelling story isn't Sasha versus Bailey wrapped up in trouncing over every single division in all 3 rosters for a couple of months and then getting torn apart and beat down by the entire rosters? Because there will be a fall. You know what I mean? This is all to build up the fall.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kuro asked a question in there, not to make your guys show longer, but how is Sasha going to work if she's tag champ, and do brand specific titles not work anymore? I think the fact that you put the tag titles on both of them is exactly why the brand specific titles become interesting, is because now they can be on all brands with all titles, kind of like force people's hands. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't think we would have seen a Tamina title shot with anyone else. You know what I mean? But I feel like every month we're getting someone getting a title shot that's an interesting match that we wouldn't have thought otherwise. You know what I mean? Like, we got ourselves to Bailey Kari, which wasn't even for the title, but we got there, and how else would we have gotten there? That match was great. Sasha Kari, we've been wanting to see for a long time. And this is how you got there. Like, I think the one thing that we do have when you look back, because eventually Klump will look back at this time of great frustration and think, but we got great matches out of it, and be able to think of some of these great matches. You know what I mean? Klump, what do you got to say?
Man, I like the Fiend right now.
Such a dick. You're such a dick.
He's been clicking this entire time.
He's not listening.
No.
Yeah. We can hear the clicks.
Yeah.
And I was gonna say, since I didn't get to say it last week, is I was disappointed with the Swamp match.
Oh yeah, you weren't able to talk about that. What disappointed you about it?
I liked that Braun went there, and he got hit over the head with, Wyatt Braun with the shovel. But how great would it have been, because you had Alexa make her Sister Abigail appearance, if you will, and say, hey, come with me, Braun, come with me. So if we're playing on the history of the Wyatt family and where Braun's aspects or, thought process was, why the hell, we couldn't do it with the Bludgeon Brothers, but why the hell didn't we have a Daniel Bryan and a Randy Orton appearance in the Wyatt Swamp? If Braun's old character or demeanor was there, how great would it have been if he's standing there and all of a sudden there's an RKO out of nowhere and you're like, whoa, what the fuck was that for? And then you realize Randy Orton was a part of the Wyatt family. Yeah. You have two flying knees come out of nowhere, and Daniel Bryan standing there in the jumpsuit, and he's like, you're home now. They're in this mystical world, the same as Braun's old character.
Yeah, I think you could have. I think that those were also slightly different timelines. I don't think Orton and Braun were in there together, but I think Daniel Bryan and Braun may have been. I don't remember when
Alexa
all the splits happened, but
with the Wyatts.
I know, but why would Alexa is a manifestation of Abigail trying to lure Braun in based off of what Braun's done since he left. But Braun, since he left, didn't have any interactions really with Randy or Daniel Bryan, so it would have been kind of not completely off kilter entirely, but would it have been a stretch to try and bring them in to beat him down if his character never connected with them on either level? Then they're just characters out there making cameos.
But I thought Braun was in there when both characters were in the Wyatt.
I don't think Orton at all, but I think maybe Daniel Bryan.
See, and I think the opposite. I think maybe Daniel Bryan, but definitely Orton. Because we went to the Elimination Chamber when Bray won the championship, and Braun was there.
But he wasn't part of the family there, I don't think. Was he?
When he brought up, he was always a part of the family.
I thought it was just Luke and Eric when we went.
I thought Braun was still a part of it.
Yeah, maybe. I don't remember him ever leaving officially either, which I don't know how that played out.
Yeah.
So Klump, you just hate everything about Sasha and Bailey?
I mean, no, I like the building split. Like I agree with that. I think there's got to be some payoff here. To me, it's taken a long time to get there. Then again, I also do appreciate the matches. I think they're doing good, and yeah, they're a great heel team. They're working the shit out of me. I can't.
And I will say, I totally agree. It feels like we're taking forever to get here, but part of me is relishing the fact that we seem to be having a long-term storyline. And one of the big complaints we've had for a long time is everything seems so rushed. It's month to month to month. And one of the things that Sasha complained about when she was on her hiatus, and she did a couple little shoot interviews that she said, or maybe it was even before she was on her hiatus, people were asking about the schedule, and she had made a complaint saying that the problem, I think, with doing she said she'd like to see less pay-per-views. She goes, I feel like we build towards each pay-per-view and we don't have enough time to tell a really long story that has a whole lot of folds in it that surprise you in the end or get you somewhere that you look back on, that we move so quick from story to get to the next pay-per-view. And so if that was even her pitch, how long can we drag this out? And you'll have ebbs and flows of interest, right? We drag it out, you'll get a little bit tired. Maybe we do something to bring you back in a little bit, to help drag it out a little bit longer. Like, that's kind of how long-term stories at wrestling seem to happen typically, right? You super excited about it, you really want something, you don't get it, you start to lose interest. Takes a different way, you go, oh, okay, and just kind of like you're blowing a balloon across the room. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like American versus like British TV stories, how they build for a certain amount of seasons versus just to get to the end of the season to hopefully get another season.
Exactly.
That's kind of what.
Kuro asked a good question. Are we sure we get Sasha Bailey Survivor Series? Night of the Champions, if they are still tag champions, means both are doing double duty. 2 questions. Do they still do Night of the Champions? And also, is that after SummerSlam in between Survivor Series? It sounds possible.
Hopefully.
Been a thing because Night of Champions I thought used to be in like July.
That's why I said first question. Is that even something we still do? If it's something they still do, Clump, what were you about to say about it?
I hope they do Night of Champions.
I always loved it. I thought it was great. Every title on the line. You know what? They did it last year.
June.
Because we had last year, because I made a little video, and in there I actually had cards of it because I thought it was really cool. Last year we had Becky versus Charlotte. Or no, we had Becky versus Sasha and Charlotte versus Bailey. And I was like, how cool the 4 horsewomen are in title matches that way for Night of the Champions.
Clash of Champions.
Clash of Champions. Whatever.
They changed to Clash of Champions.
Yeah. But I think that if it is before Survivor Series, you do have them do double duty. And they do win, and it shows their strength leading into the Survivor Series where they're forced to really further that rift, you know? I feel like.
The bond and rift.
Exactly. There's the bond and the rift in there, so 100%.
Yeah, September 15th was Clash of Champions.
Okay. And
so
then
that's the month before Survivor Series because it's always in November, right around Thanksgiving.
Yeah. So like right after SummerSlam.
2 months.
And then there's 2 months. So then I feel like absolutely. Have them do double duty, have them keep both titles. Have them do the whole thing.
I kind of think also, I mean, sorry, just going back on like what Ember said, when you're saying like, you know, we're not seeing a lot of people. I mean, we also have to remember we're in a pandemic, so.
Yeah, people aren't sitting at home because they all have to. A lot of them are sitting at home because they need to.
Yeah, it's not that, you know, I hope it's not that the company just wants to see everyone there. It's just that, you know, I'm really hoping that they're taking as many precautions and allowing people to be safe. So if that's what this is, that's cool. I'm totally for that.
Yeah, I try not to complain about the limited roster too much just because it is the pandemic. It seems hard.
We're in tough times.
Yeah. I was looking at Clump's head. So Clump, you like the idea of the matches. I think in hindsight you'll look at it a little more fondly because it'll have had a big build. But I can definitely understand the annoyance getting there. I feel lucky because I also feel like this is my redemption because of all the time I watched Charlotte go through years and years of storylines, trouncing over everyone I ever loved. And here is my favorites getting to do a long-term storyline where they hold gold and look prestigious. And so for me, I feel like I'm a pig in shit. I'm loving it. And this is my revenge for having to live through so much of Alexa and Charlotte's year-long title reigns. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
I mean, you had me at pig and shit because that's like my favorite phrase. Just
what?
I
was
knew
like,
you'd
why
like
is that your favorite?
I don't know why
I'm
saying a pig like a pig and shit always just makes me giggle.
It's a good one, dude. And look at me.
No, you're sitting in farts, not shit. Hopefully.
Well,
That's his shit.
Give it time.
Yeah. Where there's smoke,
No.
We want the smoke.
No.
But, like-
No, we don't.
I do because I'm
But-
a safe distance.
Yeah.
And also, Bailey and Sasha have done a lot to build people up. I think the only things I've really, as I think about it, disliked have been, well, it's been. I felt like there's been maybe too much with Asuka and Kairi Sane, because going in there, coming back to it. But then again, I can't fault it too much if I'm honest with you. I get what you're saying. They've done a lot. They brought Nikki back up, which has been great to me.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Maybe it's you. Maybe I just hear too much of it from you.
I'm just too happy about it.
I don't like
Yeah.
it. because,
You- It's like when you're watching a kid who's way too into something, and you're like, "Okay, calm down."
Yeah, you're like,
Yeah.
all right, it's good, but come
Chill.
on.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Like it's
We're
a
not
fucking
even at Disneyland. We're in the fucking we're at the fucking
yeah.
gift shop. Chill.
Yeah. It's popcorn.
Gift shark.
All
Best
popcorn
part.
tastes the same.
Yeah.
This is the best. No, I think that part of me is also just that excited because for a long time, Bailey and versus Asuka was one of two matches that got me back into wrestling. It was that weekend and Balor and Seth for the Universal title. Those two matches, watching those like night after night, I was like, okay, I've got to start watching. The women are incredible. These guys are next level. It's a different thing. So I've felt strongly about Bailey's potential and all of that for so long that seeing her have this long reign, I was like, oh, this is cool, this is fun. But now seeing it turn into this long storyline as well, and knowing, like I said, for years I was all like, how much did I complain before we even had the podcast, Kev, about Charlotte and Alexa? It was just every day. I was just like so fucking tired of their title reign. But I also knew a ton of people loved it. And I was like, look, I get it. I fucking get it. Everyone loves them. But come on, I'd rather see a Bailey or a Becky. Like, it was constantly a thing. So for me, I get overly excited because it's finally the people I've always wanted to see do it, and not the people who I think just always get to do it, So I get extra excited.
Yeah.
Shout for- sir.
Especially now because people are still saying, it's not even really a discussion. Charlotte's easily the best woman wrestler in the history of all wrestling. It's pretty safe to say. Well, and right now I'm all like, shut up, she's not even there, like, because I still have to
She's in
hear.
the top 15.
Yeah, and then that's just it. I'm living in this. I'm living in the double champ era of Sasha and Bailey, and yet every day I still have to hear about how no one's better than Charlotte, which makes me even more amped up in those situations of being like, fucking longest reigning SmackDown's champion ever, all the gold. Like, I can't help it because people still throw the Charlotte shit at me because they truly believe that because of the years of torment I went through watching her be a champion. So this is
Yeah, just with Charlotte, they manufactured all the reign.
yeah.
And I know it's in this business it all is, but like they forced it. Like, how many times did we have to hear, "Oh, Charlotte, this many champions. Charlotte, this many reigns. This many reigns." And it's like, to me, it was evident very early on that they just have Charlotte to beat Rick's record,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and it sucks because it's like, wait a second, Rick's record was meaningful. It lasted, decades.
Yeah.
Where Charlotte just in and like, all right, she's at 12 now, and it's like, man, she's been in 5 years. Like,
Yeah.
how is she at 12? And
Yeah. He wasn't at 12 until like year 23.
Yeah, and like I said, I just threw out 5 years that she's been on the main roster or whatever. But it's like, this is crap. They're literally pushing his daughter's legacy just to beat him in a fraction of the time.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
And and I don't want to take anything away from Charlotte. Charlotte's great. She's a good competitor. I think she goes to the level of her opponent. She doesn't necessarily outshine all the time, but at the same time, she doesn't carry matches like the greats should.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Kuro has 2 questions in there. One of them being, I need to seriously ask, would Charlotte be pushed as much as she is if her name wasn't Flair? And I think it's going to be constantly in debate. I think it's easy to say no. I do think that there's something about her that's special. I think she would do well. I don't think she would be where the level she's at without it. I just don't. You know what I mean? Like, I think she would do well. I think she would be another woman on the roster people looked at and talked about. But I don't think they would be trying to have this conversation of the best ever if it wasn't for that.
No, exactly. And I don't even think she would be at the level of the Beckys, the Baileys, or the Sashas.
Yeah.
She'd be, without her name, I don't want to throw out Carmella like she's nothing, but she's right there with Carmella and Natty.
Yeah. Yeah, she'd probably be closer to a Natty.
Yeah, without her name, her skill is great, but you take away the woo, you take away the figure 8, you take away her whole gimmick.
The ropes.
What does she have beyond that? A moonsault that now isn't that great in the women's division.
Yeah, it's another moonsault and not the best one on the roster.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you took out the Flair, that means you got to take out all of the gimmick, and then what's really left? Because I mean, even when you listen to all of her promos, it's I'm the queen from the Queen City, woo, like they're all very Ric Flair inspired. So yeah, maybe not. I do think that wraps it up. Unless there's something else you guys wanted to hit on.
I think we're good for now.
I threw my list.
You threw your list. Clump's excited about the Fiend. I'm excited about Fiend and Braun moving forward. I think that'll be good. Kuro did ask, what do we think about SummerSlam being on a boat or beach? I didn't catch the idea of being in a beach. We did talk about it at the top of the show, saying more or less none of us seem to care, but we also think if they do it, it'll be cool. But we're not like hanging our hat on it. I think the same with the beach too. Yeah.
I think if I don't think WWE would do it, but if WWE did it at the beach and they did SummerSlam Bash at the beach, like
it'd be so funny.
Oh my god, that'd be fucking awesome.
It'd be so fucking funny.
Florida's like number 1 when it comes to the virus. So
that'd be so awesome.
Yeah, Florida is number 1 with the virus, and they are pretty well known for having a ton of people on the beach at all times. That beach is COVID beach, so I would say stay off.
Yeah.
But they're also not limited to Florida.
Kuro said Vince confirmed that it won't be at the Performance Center. I believe you. I don't know if that means it's confirmed it's on a boat or... And either way, I think if they put it on a boat, cool. If they don't put it on a boat, okay. Like, there's nothing about those aspects that to me scream need be. Yeah. I think both of those sound cool, and I'm up for it. But neither one of those things sound to me all like, oh, without that, it's going to be shit.
What if it's like a gnarly fishing boat? Like some grungy ass... Like...
It's going to be the boat in the swamp that they had, that little canoe.
Yeah.
Well, my thing with the boat is, to me, ever since being little, they always used to say SummerSlam was the WrestleMania of the summer, right?
Yeah.
Or fall, whatever.
Okay.
But, they would always compare the two, and I would never think SummerSlam was up to the billing of the Survivor Series, the Royal Rumbles, or the Mania, and that was supposed to be the 4th show on the block for the year. And I think if you did it this year on a boat, did something special that's not at the Performance Center, it says, hey, this is a big deal. Where, to me, the last several SummerSlams haven't been a big deal.
Big things have happened at SummerSlams, and that's what they try to do. Because they've always talked about that WrestleMania is for the casual fan, but SummerSlam is for the hardcores. is how I've always heard it talked about. That's where big storylines happen, and that's where big payoffs happen for people who've been invested all year. But WrestleMania is for just the spectacle of it all. Kuro is asking, I wonder what your guys' take on wrestler safety would be. I feel like kind of what we just said, if you put it on a beach, you got to start roping that shit off now, because I don't think the beaches in Florida are safe in general. I think if you put it on a boat, you got to get to it and start sanitizing it now. But I feel like probably a boat would be safer than the beach in a weird way.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess I don't know enough about COVID or boat insulation or airflow or the boats, who's been around them.
I mean, I'm guessing it would be outside, like on, you know.
Yeah, but the rest would have to be in it.
Yeah.
Well, it just depends.
Yeah.
If you have the boat as more of just a platform, they perform and then leave. It's not necessarily, backstage stuff.
That's true. If they put it on a boat, who goes over the edge?
Rey Mysterio.
Mysterio? Clump, if they put it on a boat, who's going over?
You can't see.
Baron Corbin.
Corbin. No way, dude. Corbin's the one who threw everybody off the Money in the Bank.
Yeah, it's our buddy. Unofficially.
Yeah,
I want his ass over.
You want his ass over the... I don't care what he wants. I think if they end up on a boat, Ricochet goes over the boat.
I was gonna say Ricochet.
Yeah. I think they just like throwing that guy around a lot.
Yeah.
Any other takes on their safety? Kuro's asking because there were even talks about shows starting to go back to arenas. Vince citing baseball as an example. I was thinking Jeff Hardy goes over the boat. Baseball's already been canceled, so I think that conversation's probably going to end pretty quick.
Yeah, I was just going to say, that came up on the news that they had like 2 games, and then they were like, all right, that's it for 2020.
Yeah, never mind.
No, but baseball hasn't been canceled. There's been a couple games canceled. But the thing is that it's not like baseball's playing in stadiums with fans.
Yeah. Yeah, they got cardboard cutouts.
Yeah.
Looks like a big Guess Who game out there. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think that's what it is. I'm so far not excited about SummerSlam based off of the matches we have, but I'm hoping we get to matches that I'll be excited for, because right now I don't give a shit about Street Profits, and I'm only semi-interested in seeing Randy Orton lose to Drew McIntyre. So I want more things on that card. I want bigger matches. I want more excitement. So we have to get there, and we will review it the whole way there. Guys, I think that's another episode 1 in the books.
Definitely.
If you guys want to come into our chat and derail the show, just like Kuro has done tonight. He's saying Jeff Hardy doing his dive off the boat. I think that he could do a dive off the boat, but who's going to be down there? Little Cesaro on a life raft? Join us in the chat, twitch.tv/wrestlingontherocks. Go to wrestlingontherocks.com to find all of our links where you can get a t-shirt, give us a chat, find us on Twitter. Hit us up. Let us know if you're listening to us on podcast. Give us that review, and the 5 stars would be dope. And tell your friends to download it, even if they don't want to listen. Just the downloads are good too. Yeah. Guys, I think that's the last call.
Boom.
Cheers.
Night, y'all.
Cheers.
Cheers.